Wow. Hello everyone, I hope you're doing well on this Monday afternoon. I'm enjoying some sour cream and onion chips. Not sponsored, especially because they're Lay's, and frankly I only got these because they didn't have the Ruffles. Are they made by the same company? Are Ruffles and Lay's the same company? I don't know. The crinkly ones are better than the flat ones. But this is what they had. So welcome everyone to Chud Watch. As you can see, I'm not dead. So that's good. Happy birthday, Krista Willow. So, last weekend, we, I'll stop for a bit, because you don't want chip ASMR. So you may have seen on Twitter me talking about, us getting COVID tests, because we were ill over the weekend. And we were worried about if we had COVID and stuff like that. So Baja got her tests back negative. And we're already feeling better. So it probably wasn't the COVID. It was probably something else she picked up while she had to go to the hospital briefly because a family member was ill. So when she came back, we both got sick a little bit. And we were concerned it was going to be the big Rona. But it turns out I don't think it was. Let me check my test results to see if they're in. I have a hard time typing and speaking at the same time. Sorry. Logging in. Let me see. My tests are still in progress. That's so weird. Baja and I got the test done literally back to back, and her results came in sometime like early yesterday, and mine still hasn't come in. Very weird. Anyway, so over the weekend we still weren't feeling super hot. I had a whole night where my joints like hurt so bad I couldn't get to sleep until like 7 in the morning. It was awful. So I don't know what the heck that was, but I'm guessing it wasn't the Rona. So I had some other illness that made all my joints ache. Very strange. I know it sounds like the Rona, but I already feel better, and her test results were negative. So I don't know. Who knows? Maybe I had, like, maybe because I was a little sick and we were worried about the Rona, I got, like, the nocebo effect, which is the opposite of the placebo effect, if you don't know, and I, like, made my joints hurt with the power of my brain. So who knows? It's because you requested them before you. It's not the test that's in progress. It's the transfer of the info to the app. Oh, that's lame. It should be automatic. So I don't have the human malware. Did I see there are chuds on Twitter calling for the UN to be defunded because they're promoting gender equality? God. Why is life depressing? Life is just the most depressing, and I hate it, and people are the worst. So, what do we got today? I thought... But you know what isn't the nocebo effect? 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Jeffrey Petrone, for 5 gifted subs. Very nice of you. I appreciate that. So we have Tim Pool, Pim Tool, whatever you want to call him. He's got weird stuff about, like, Trump is crushing it in the polls, which is a lie. He's not. Like, I have 538 pulled up, which is a fairly accurate model, and Trump isn't killing it in the polls, like, at all. And you can talk about, like, the validity of polling, especially if you're doing, like, national polls, when we have an electoral system that involves the Electoral College, like, whatever, those things. But at the end of the day, like, Trump really isn't killing it in the polls. He did get a slight bump a little bit, but it depends upon the poll you're looking at, too. But, like, I just find it interesting that Tim Pool is, like, all of his, like, videos for the past, like, week have been like, Trump is gonna destroy Biden! And it's like, alright. I mean, he bumped up a couple points, but he's still not winning in the states that happened in, so whatever. Dan Rossi Draws, thank you for your 4-month subscription streak. Sup, Hannah? Getting a bearded dragon soon. What's a better name, Schmeagol or Frodo? Frodo, for sure. Cherry Tree Boy with 50 bits. Glad you're feeling better, Hannah. Give me luck for my gacha game. I gotta destroy my thumbs for a fictional man. Good luck. Excuse me. Good luck for whatever that is. I don't know what gacha is. Cosmic Sean 92 with a bit. It's about neck and neck between Joe and Trump, isn't it? Nobody likes either one of them. A lot of people like Biden. I don't, but old people do. Again, that's why he won the primary. Old people vote and they like Joe Biden. Devious Chillster with 50 bits. God, I don't even want to imagine how things will be if Trump absolutely fails the popular vote but somehow wins the Electoral College again. Yeah, not going to be a good time. Freaking Out 99 with 100 bits. Going for a swim in the cesspool. Get it? I do get it. Funny. Oh, Hype Train. Heck yeah. Thanks for the Hype Train, everyone.
There's nothing funny about
Shout out to your hubby, Cold Stare, who's feeling under the weather right now. Send him some love. Sorry to hear about that, Cold Stare. I hope you feel better soon, and I hope it's not the Rona. 89% of the level 1 or level 2 Hype Train. So what else do we have?
There's nothing funny about
we have Elliot Hulse. He's made multiple videos in the past few days while I've been gone, and one of them is called Trump is Your Daddy. And I'm very interested to see that one. Liberty Hangout has a video about the Dems' new agenda, and Caitlyn is talking about it in a swimming pool at a camera like a James Bond villain, so I'm kind of excited to see that. Thrash Mio, thank you for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Wow, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Wow, 9% of the level 4 Hype Train already. Am I okay? You said you were sick on Twitter. I'm feeling better now. Thanks for asking. Hats. Yeah, give me a sec. DM Trey, take my bit. Also, your makeup looks great. Thank you. Bellstar, 25 bits. Hype hats. Hold on, let me get some stuff.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
I can integrate my professor hat because I got this from Jake and Sarah's house. You know, the hat that my D&D character wears. I have a real one. It's based on a real hat.
Capitalism.
It's got a cute rose and some feathers and a protractor. So that's my steampunk D&D character's hat. I'll integrate that.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Let's see, we finished up to level 3, so I need 3 hats. 1, 2, 3. Did I make that hat? No. The hat was a separate hat. The goggles are from like a Halloween store. This clippy thing, I think was separate. And this like headband thing with the flower and the protractor and everything, it's like a hair clip that I bought separately and put it together. So I didn't really make any of it. I just kind of bought separate parts and combined them into a thing. You didn't know this was a Team Fortress 2 hat channel?
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Fjord Horse, thank you for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Woo, Twitch Prime. I guess I'll get Twitch Prime. It's good for your wallet or something. I don't know. I'll pimp the company. I don't care. Yeah, this will be the next hat, I guess, if I get to the next one. I'm not sure how well it'll balance. Because honestly, I need to get a different bowler hat because this one is a little too small. But MMO Addicted with 20 bits. So happy you didn't have it. I had an awful flu, worst I had in my life. At the beginning of this pandemic, took a month to recover from, but I'm afraid of taking a test to see if it was it. Well, I mean, if you're already over it, at least you would know, and you'd know you have the antibodies. That'd be good to know. Honestly, part of me wishes I had the Rona and it was that quick and I was like one of the lucky ones who didn't have a very severe case. That would have been nice. Wouldn't have to worry so much about like catching it again because people have caught it again. I think they've had some documented cases of that, but they've been asymptomatic, so. Anyway, let's see what else we got. We have PragerU. I don't know what we're... Oh, they got a video on 9/11. Maybe we'll watch that.
Funny about the tools of capitalism.
We got this guy, the creep dude again, made another video, and I want to watch it. I'm obsessed. Cherry Tree Boy with 50 bits. gacha games are usually phone games where you have random chance of getting different leveled kinds of characters based on those vending machines in Japan where you get random things from them. But, fictional men. So, like, loot boxes. It's a game with loot boxes. Cosmic Shawn 92. I mean, it was pretty quick when I caught the Corona and cheese, but just push fluids and rest as much as possible. Okay. Corona and cheese. Less than a minute left on the level 4 hype train. We gotta get at least to level 4 so I can wear this hat, goddammit. You better do it. Let's see what else. We got Tate Speech, who made a video on wet-ass P-word. And honestly, I don't really care one way or another about, like, Cardi B. But the fact that she's had so many people I hate comment on this funny video is amazing to me. Cherry Tree Boy, thank you for gifting 5 tier 2 subs. Ooh, tier 2 too. Oh, and Stone Corbell, thank you for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Woo! Woo! It's a lot of stuff. Wow, we're at 122% of the level 5 hype train. Damn. That's awesome. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4. I need to add one more hat.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism. Logan Dials, thank you for following. Welcome to the stream.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Okay. Hat Tower achieved. So anyway, we have Tate Speech talking about wet-ass P-word. I assume he'll actually say the P word as opposed to being afraid of it like Ben Shapiro is. Oh, Stone Cold, I misspoke, sorry. Stone Corbell, thank you for gifting a sub, and then, Ulexic, thank you for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you, sorry. I attributed those all to Stone Corbell when it wasn't deserved. Thank you, Ulexic. Sorry about that. Wouldn't Ben's version be DAP? Oh, Obowan gifting 6 tier 1 subs. Wow.
There's nothing funny about the tools of
Thanks for all the gift subs, everyone, really. It's awesome. It's what makes the stream possible.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
What else we got? We have Ben Shapiro talking with an ex-cop about police brutality, because when I want to have an honest discussion about police brutality, I bring on the people committing the police brutality. We have classically Abby. If you don't know, that's Ben Shapiro's sister, talking about America needs conservatives. I strongly disagree.
That's right,
the weird thing about Abby Shapiro is that her face looks like some random, like, Instagram person did a face app and swapped their face with Ben Shapiro's, but it's just her face because she's related to Ben Shapiro. So we'll talk about Ben Shapiro's sister. What do you think Ben Shapiro's sister thinks about WAP? What do you think? Just wondering. Have I seen what the Proud Boys are up to today? No. Do you have a link to an article or something? We can cover it since it's Chud Watch. We have this video which was sent to me. Someone complaining about Arthur talking about Black Lives Matter. We watched that clip a while back. Basically, there was an Arthur episode where they talked about Black Lives Matter. They didn't say by name or anything, but it was about, like, police brutality and, like, organizations that protest and stuff in order to help, like, mitigate or change policy. And I guess this guy's mad about it. Abby Shapiro has never been wet.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
That makes sense. MMO addicted. Abby is like the Wicked Witch of the West. If she if she got wet, she'd melt.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
And then Tim Pool, like I said. So. And then I pulled up 538 for when we do the Tim Pool thing. Because we're going to look at their latest polls. Let's look at the national polls. As an aggregate, Trump hasn't raised that much lately. Like 0.8%. Which, hey, it's not nothing. I'm not saying by any means Biden's got this in the bag. Because he doesn't. But, if we're strictly talking about polling like Tim Pool does, Trump is not killing it. You know? In fairness, he wasn't in 2016 either. But look what happened. So. Does that Ben Shapiro parody video, He Eats the Mayo Chicken, does have that Ben Shapiro parody video where he eats the mayo chicken. That's a incomprehensible sentence. I understand what many of the words mean, but does have that. Like, do I have that? I don't have it offhand, no. Boiled mayo chicken. He doesn't appeal to anyone he hasn't already, yeah. We'll see what happens. Old people like Biden for some reason. Because he's a milquetoast centrist, I would imagine. Presidential general election. This is a BC poll. That's the rating for the polls. 538 does a lot of good stuff in terms of, like, rating the accuracy of pollsters. Marvel of Fayette, thank you for continuing your subscription. 3-month streak. Rad. So anyway, this BC poll has Biden up by 10, this one by 9. Yesterday, we have some BC polls and a B poll. This one has Biden up by 10, this one has up by 8, this one has up by 9. But again, these are national polls, which aren't super helpful in our country where we have the stupid electoral college system. Biden up by 11, Biden up by 9. President general election, again, these are polls. These are some B-, though, so these aren't that great. This one's a C. We have Biden up by 6, 10. You know, there isn't a single one of these polls lately where Trump is winning, you know? And again, bear in mind, Hillary was up in the polls, too. I'm not saying polls are infallible, but the polls are what Tim Pool is talking about, and I find it incredibly strange. That's what he's going to choose to focus on when Trump isn't even winning in them. Weird. Seems like he should be making videos where he's like, screw these polls. Remember 2016 where Hillary was up in the polls and Trump won anyway? That's the video Tim Pool should be making. Not videos where he's like, Donald Trump is killing it in the polls. Like, Tim Pool isn't even good at his own grift, you know? Very weird. Where did the one that I wanted to look at go? There was one on the previous page where he was talking about... Where did it go? Where did the polls one go? God, now I'm going to have to search. That's annoying. It was on the front page when I looked at it initially. Polls. Year ago, 5 months, 1 month, 1 year, 1 year. God dang it, YouTube. You have a bad search algorithm. Base collabs. Trump bans leftist ideology from government. Democrats panicking over riots. Democrats issue veiled threat. Democrats make panic desperate move as polls favor Trump. There we go. That's what I was looking at. Thank you to Riot Bunny for subscribing with Twitch Prime. I appreciate that. So we have Tim Pool, I guess, talking about, this is from September 2nd, so 5 days ago, talking about Democrats make panicked desperate moves after polls favor Trump. Scream Law and Order in $45 million ad run. Yeah, they're running interference because Trump is claiming that the riots are Democrats' fault, even though Trump is president, which is very stupid. But hey, so are Republicans, so here we are. What was I gonna say? Oh, I clicked off the 538 polls. Poll types, all. Okay. Presidential approval, blah, blah, blah. Presidential general election, Biden, Biden, Biden. In Idaho, it looks like they're favoring Trump by a lot. California, of course, Biden's winning. It's a blue state. Democrat +5 in the generic ballot poll. Presidential election. Texas, of course, Trump is up. Oh, Trump's only up by 2 in Texas, according to this BC poll. That's really, really surprising to me. That's about Senate. Okay, so we have Biden, Biden, Biden. Where is this from? General election, Wisconsin, Biden up 6. Another Wisconsin, Biden up 6. My point is, like, the polls are not in favor of Trump. And once again, I will repeat myself because I guarantee some idiot in the comments is going to be like, but Hillary was up in the polls too. Like, okay, I get it. I'm not saying polls are the end-all be-all. What I'm saying is Tim Pool is going to talk about the polls and how he thinks Trump is up in them instead of saying, screw the polls. Remember what happened in 2016? Because Tim Pool is objectively bad at his job. Tulip Q, thank you for following. Welcome to the stream. Ooh.
Made a huge mistake. They were hoping to capitalize off of Black Lives Matter protests to generate support for their party and votes against Donald Trump.
What? Or people on the left just genuinely support Black Lives Matter. How about that?
The only problem was that these protests quickly became riots. And
yeah, the police kept being police at the protests. And if you make peaceable protest impossible, you're going to make violent protests. Like, I'm not saying that's great. I'm not justifying violence by people. If you consider property damage violence, which you certainly can. But it is the inevitable outcome if people are protesting and the police come in and start shooting tear gas at them and start pepper spraying people. What do you think's gonna happen?
Violence began to sweep across this country, and regular Americans took notice and were upset with it.
And yes, most of the protests were peaceful, if I need to say that. I know you all know that. I don't feel like I need to repeat it.
The Democrats tried to ignore it, hoping it would all just go away. In fact, it seems like that's the mayor of Portland's strategy. He thought that he could just ignore the riots and eventually they get tired and they would stop, but they have not and they will not. And now the violence is worse than ever. The Democrats are now revealing they know they made a serious mistake. They're probably looking at internal polls. That's what many journalists are speculating, because Joe Biden has just come out with the largest campaign ad run to date. 45.
I mean, that's probably going to happen throughout the rest of the year until November. The ad buys are going to get bigger and bigger. That's not unexpected. As the campaign goes on, you're going to have bigger ad buys. I wish this wasn't the case. I wish we had privately or publicly funded elections where you don't have all this money going around. But nonetheless, that is the system we're in. And as the year goes on, I'm sure both Biden and Trump's ad buys are going to get higher and higher and higher going into November.
$5 million for 1 week condemning rioting and looting. And you know what? Good on him. Credit where credit is due. Thank you for finally recognizing the extreme violence coming from the far left.
The far left. Hey, black people shouldn't be killed by the police. Far left!
But will the Democrats and Joe Biden condemn Black Lives Matter and Antifa for engaging?
Freaking out 99. How much unmarked feds are black bagging people tends to... Yeah, because unmarked feds black bagging people tends to create tension. No kidding.
Engaging in this violence?
Antifa, you know, the organization Antifa that definitely doesn't just stand for anti-fascists. This is a... At this point, is there anyone who doesn't know that Antifa is not a literal organization like Black Lives Matter? There's no such thing as Antifa as, like, a definite article, right? There's no, like, head of Antifa. There's no organizational structure. Literally, if you're not a fascist and you think fascism is bad, You are part of Antifa because you're anti-fascist.
Likely no, because they still need support from these people. Not only is Joe Biden going to be launching this massive campaign ad run.
The Distant Red just joined, so this is unrelated to everything. The average person on Earth is a Chinese woman named Muhammad. Changed my view. Yeah, I know how that works. Muhammad's most common name. Most populous country is China. I get it.
He's actually going to Kenosha. Unfortunately, he's going after Trump already went, desperately playing catch-up. Many people pointed out early on Joe Biden wasn't going to go. In fact, he wasn't going to go anywhere. And then Trump called him out. And now Biden says, okay, fine, I will go. I got to tell you, I can respect that they're now trying to do the right thing, but I don't think it's for the right reasons. I think they looked at their internal polls, they looked at the betting odds, and they looked at the fact that Trump is gaining nationally in the polls and winning in several battleground states, and they've started to panic.
Where? Hold on, let's look at these polls again. Let's look at let me see if we just have state polls. Presidential, general election, president. They don't just have presidential state, that's a shame. General election, they should have some by state, I'd imagine. Wisconsin, Biden up by 6. We have Idaho up by 25. But that's Idaho.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Stephen J. Neptune Man with 15 bits. This chud kept trying to tell me without evidence that Antifa is an actual organization with cells around the country and they're being funded by some anonymous figure. I'm betting that the anonymous figure they think is doing it is George Soros. It's probably a dog whistly thing. I wish Biden was a socialist, as these right-wingers claim he is, right? No kidding. If someone wants to pay me money to be Antifa, by the way, go for it. That'd be great. Because I'm doing it on my own dime right now. And off of, like, gift subs. So we have another Wisconsin poll. Here's Florida, Trump +3. That's a shame. Minnesota, Biden +8. It's a C- rated poll, though, so I'd have to see some more Florida ones. Oh, here's another Florida one. Interesting. Okay, so the C- poll has Trump up 3. The BC poll has Trump up 11. Another BC has Biden up 9. So I'm going to tend to believe the higher rated ones, but again, I'm not exactly sure. We'd have to see the methodology. Wisconsin, these are all Biden up. Pennsylvania, Biden up 6, Biden up 13. What just fell? Oh, it's just my notebook. Texas, what the hell? Texas has Biden up 3 in this poll and +9 in this poll. I'm guessing those are BS. 0 chance Biden wins Texas. Although that would be hilarious, wouldn't it? If Texas turned purple and this election went blue. That'd be great. I know a lot of progressives in the tech field have moved to the city places in Texas. So the demographics might have changed somewhat. Not sure, though. Antifa funding bits. Thanks, Bellstar. What else do we have? Wisconsin, Biden +8. Michigan, Biden +11. We'll see what happens there. I'll be so embarrassed if Trump wins Michigan again. I'm telling you, I live in Michigan, for those of you who don't know, and boy, when it went to Trump, oof, embarrassing. Minnesota, Biden +8. Yeah, I'm trying to look for Ohio polling. Not seeing any so far. September 3rd. When's the last Ohio polling? Show more polls. Arizona, showing a bunch of Biden pluses, so that's good. Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Why is no one polling in Ohio? For heck's sake, come on, show me some Ohio polls, jeez. Georgia, North Carolina, Florida, Ohio. Ohio, this is from September 1st. We have Trump +5 in Ohio here. Let me see if I can find other Ohio polls. Ohio, Trump +4, so looking like Trump might win Ohio. That fucking sucks. How's the Florida ones looking? Biden +2, so probably within, like, what's the word I'm thinking of? Within the margin of error, so that's going to be a toss-up. Georgia, of course, Trump +1. This one has Arizona, Trump +2, but the more recent ones have Biden up, so it's, again, probably going to be a toss-up. Pennsylvania, Biden's winning, which would be good. August 30th, general election. Those are just general election polls. Anyway, so it really depends upon the state, as it always does. Trump might win Ohio, but it looks like Biden might win, like, Michigan and Pennsylvania. Or it looks like Biden might win Michigan and Pennsylvania, which Hillary lost in 2016. So we'll see what happens. 538, pretty accurate. They were the most accurate in 2016. And they're showing, this is like their snake path to victory thing. It's their, where they think it's going to lean. And as long as, like, Biden wins either Pennsylvania, Arizona, Florida, or North Carolina, or a mix of any of those, then he has a good chance. You know what I mean? This one's already given it to, this one's giving Ohio to Trump, and even so he'd lose if he gets, like, Pennsylvania and Arizona, or Florida and Pennsylvania, or Arizona and Pennsylvania, or North Carolina and Pennsylvania. So it just, we'll see how it shakes out on election day.
I think they're worried when Don Lemon brought it up on...
Thank you, Talon9390. Love your hats. Here, have more money. Thank you. Altered Rin with 10 bits as the CEO of Antifa. Here are some ad bits as an advance on your paycheck. Thanks so much, boss. Cosmic Sean 92. Don't listen to Altered Rin. I'm the CEO of Antifa. Oh no, now I don't know what to do. Talon 9390 with a bit. I have noticed some extreme right-wingers are starting to abandon Trump for some reason. Oh, I doubt it. That's gotta be anecdotal and, like, individual people you know. That would make no sense. He hasn't done anything differently. He's always been a jackass, so...
CNN saying focus groups are mentioning the rioting, and they realized they had no choice. But a lot of people are pointing out as well, isn't Donald Trump the president? Isn't this his responsibility? Well...
Yes. Whatever excuse you're about to give here is going to be very stupid.
If you follow my other channel, Timcast News, I mentioned that the Oregon State Police have been...
MMO Addicted with 100 bits. I am the secret sponsor and chairman of Antifa. Thanks.
...have been deputized by the federal government. So now when they make an arrest, it goes to federal prosecutors. That's something Trump is doing. He's not invoking the Insurrection Act. He's not invading localities, but he's...
Is that, are we giving points to Trump for not literally, like, invading states? Which he did send federal troops to Portland, and they were, like, unmarked car grabbing people off the streets. So what? What?
He's empowering federal DAs, federal attorneys, I'm sorry, not district attorneys, federal attorneys, to actually prosecute these extremists.
There's nothing funny about
Does anyone believe...
Oh no, we can't have people getting mad. The police are killing people that they shouldn't. Better start getting people in vans off the street. Cosmic Sean 92. What does he think happened in CHOP? I have no idea. Talon 9390. If monarchy comes back, I nominate you for Queen of America. No thanks. That sounds awful. They were doing the unmarked cars and grabbing people this whole time. It happened in San Diego, like the first week of the protests. That doesn't surprise me. The federal government's shit.
Believe that if Joe Biden became president, he would go after these people and stop them?
He probably wouldn't, for good reason, because you shouldn't do that.
The reason I say he won't is because he's already cutting deals with them. He refused.
Okay, but, like, do you get the point that if you actually took action on police violence, then the protests would stop? That's the one solution. It seems like no one in power is actually like, wait a minute. If we actually do some policy changes and make sure that policing has oversight and that they can't murder people with impunity, maybe people won't be so mad at us. Like, no shit! That's the whole point! You're not doing anything, so of course people are still mad. And they're going to keep getting madder because you'd rather have people destroying property than actually hold cops accountable. Jesus, how hard is it to say, hey, police, you know what? First of all, if you're gonna have a union, you can't defend cops who murder people, otherwise the union's gonna get dissolved. Secondly, if you murder someone, you're getting charged with murder. If there's someone who dies in your custody and it appears to be your fault, There's going to be an investigation and you're going to get arrested. Because not only are you just a citizen with power, you're a public servant, and you need to be held to not only the same standard as individuals, but a higher standard. How hard is that? The distant red with 10 bits. I thought I was the minister of the gay agenda of Antifa, and I just learned that Antifa isn't an organization. Da fuck? I've been paid like a lot of money. Why have I been turning all these friggin' frogs gay?
Uses to call them out by name. You may remember that a couple of months ago,
Because it's not, for one thing, again, Antifa is not an organization. So if anyone says, like, I condemn Antifa, it doesn't mean anything. There's no Antifa. There's no, like, meeting where you go to the Antifa meeting and you all talk about what bike locks you're gonna buy to beat fascists in the face with. Like, this isn't a thing. There is no Antifa, right? So it would make no sense. And to call out, like, Black Lives Matter would be incredibly fucked up, considering Black Lives Matter doesn't condone violence, right? The actual organization that does exist for Black Lives Matter doesn't condone violence. They are for peaceful protesting. So it would not only be tone deaf, but incredibly inaccurate to try and be like, Black Lives Matter, I blame you, even though they're explicitly saying, like, hey, no violence, guys. Jeffrey Petrone, thanks for gifting another sub. I appreciate that.
He launched that pact with Bernie Sanders where they compromised on many issues. He is begging these people for their support. If they give it to him, and assuming he wins, do you think he would just immediately turn his back and say, I don't need your support anymore?
Yes, that sounds like something Joe Biden would probably do, to be honest. He'd be like, all right, I got elected. Time to get tough with these youngins. I'm gonna send in federal troops to, like, I'm voting for Biden because he's better than Trump. But at the end of the day, yeah, that sounds like something he would do. Thanks for coming to the stream, Cosmic Sean. Talon9390 with 60 bits. I have no money to resub, so here I have the rest of my bits, Hannah. Oh, thank you.
No, he would have to win re-election. We've already seen Joe Biden's campaign staff offer up.
Honestly, I don't even know if the Democrats care if he wins re-election. They just don't want Trump in anymore. So, like, if they got rid of Trump and Biden served 4 years, and then a random, like, milquetoast Republican who's probably going to be as bad as Trump, but he won't say the quiet part out loud in regard to, like, racism and all that stuff, I think Democrats would be like, whatever. We don't care. The people who fund our campaigns are fine if a Republican wins, as long as it's not Trump because he makes them look bad. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Up funds to bail these people out, and so did Kamala Harris.
Ammo Addicted, thanks for gifting a tier 1 sub. I appreciate that.
They realize it backfired, and they're trying to play both sides. Well, I'm not into it. Surprisingly today, Joe Biden actually took questions from the press.
Tim, you're a super right-wing conservative. Of course you don't. Like, there's nothing Joe Biden could do that would make you happy. Like, I'm super left. There's not a lot Biden could do to make me happy because he's a centrist. Of course neither you or I like him. And of course Tim's gonna be like, I'm a liberal, actually. No, you're not. Stop lying.
Sure enough, it was a gaffe disaster.
MMO Addicted with 100 bits. Ooh, I propose this weirdness for a cleanse. Does it even qualify? I've been laughing at it for 10 minutes straight.
I don't like...
Okay, we can look at that later. Where'd the Tim Pool thing go?
At least in 1 or 2 instances. So we're going to talk about this. I'm going to show you this. I do not believe that a sane, rational American who is going to look at what I'm about to show you would think that Joe Biden is the right choice for president.
Have you looked at any interview with Trump or any, like, speech he's done and he's gone off script for the last 4 years? Anytime anyone, like, says, like, look at this Joe Biden thing, he looks like he's got dementia or anything. I'm like, well, first of all, the clip is usually like 5 seconds long and it's completely out of context. Secondly, have you looked at Trump? Like, if we're talking about an election between 2 people who shouldn't be running for president, which we are, I still pick Biden. I would pick Joe Biden's milquetoast, centrist, like, oh, that's malarkey type of dementia over Trump's angry, racist uncle dementia. You know what I mean? There is a difference.
And that is not me saying that Donald Trump is the best candidate we've ever had. It's saying, I guess it's Donald Trump. Because Joe Biden is not a real candidate. He is not able to be president, and he is compromising with the very people that he's claiming to condemn.
For one,
Let's
I'm
read
a fan
the
of
news.
Joseph,
Before
not
we
Trump.
do, head over to timcast.com/donate if you'd like to support my work. There are many ways you can give. There's a P.O. box if you'd like to send stuff. But the best thing you can do is share this video. I don't have a major marketing department. I just
Big
have
booty
word of
goth
mouth.
queer with
If
two
you think
bits.
I do
Is
a good
this
job and my videos are
dementia?
pretty good, then
I remember
consider
that.
sharing them on other platforms. And
I
don't forget to hit
understood
the
that
like
reference.
button, the subscribe button, the notification bell. Let's read the news. From the New York Times, Biden to air Law and Order ad condemning rioters and looters. The ad, part of a $45 million one-week television and digital purchase that is by far the...
I hate this shit, by the way. I feel like it's obvious that I hate this shit, but I hate this, like, pandering to the right or, like, center-right people bullshit. I hate this, like, neoliberal Clinton-esque, like, we're gonna be tough on crime. Like, how about no? How about we solve the systematic issues that create this kind of thing? Like, oh no, protesters are protesting and there are some people who are using it as an excuse to be violent. Should we solve the issues that are causing the protests that are giving cover to those who want to do harm? No, we'll just lock up the ones causing problems. That'll solve the issue. It's stupid. It's stupid, emotional-based, like, policy making. Instead of treating the disease, you just say, well, you got a fever? We'll put you in a bucket of ice. That'll help.
The largest, the campaign's largest to date, comes as the Democratic nominee pushes back against President Trump's attacks. This is absolute desperation. You need to understand what this means that he's running this ad. They tried to ignore the problem because they don't want you to realize
because it's not like that big of a problem in the like grand scheme of the entire protest. The vast majority of protests and protesters have been peaceful. Whenever there are protests, there are going to be people who are going to take advantage of that and destroy property or loot. The two aren't necessarily connected to the issue, right? The fact that some people are going to use civil unrest as an excuse to destroy people's businesses is not intrinsically connected to the cause of Black Lives Matter, right? You could be protesting about anything at a big enough scale. If it would give people cover to do harm, people will do it. Which is why you shouldn't wind up in a situation where you have that much civil unrest in the first place. Which is why when people are like, hey, when people, you know, months back are like, hey, we need police reforms, it's why you do the police reforms. It's pretty simple, folks. Thank you to Devious Chillster for 25 bits. Biden is not a real candidate, says the man simping for not a serious candidate Trump. God, Tim, you're the human equivalent of a leaky water bottle trying to hold hot soup when it's made for cold liquids. Trump truck rally had a speaker that said all Democratic leaders need to be shot dead. The crowd cheered. Yikes. Get ready for the Reichstag fire, folks. We're in for a fun one. Talon 9390 with a bit. Since the Republicans are going to call Democrats socialist, why not just embrace it and run actual socialists? I agree. It would be because the Democratic Party is funded by private corporations. That's why.
In line with many of these people. Now, of course, Joe Biden isn't himself a radical socialist, but they're a part of his party, and he needs their support. He didn't want to highlight any of their violence because now he might have to condemn them. He might get asked about it. He didn't want people to know the violence was getting this bad. Now you need to realize, early on, Joe Biden's strategy was to hammer Donald Trump on COVID, but now he can't. He's forced to play on...
I mean, he absolutely can. What are the... Hold on. U.S. COVID deaths. I haven't looked at this all weekend. We're up to 189,000. Yes, you can hammer him on that, you idiot. How many 9/11s is that? Just for math's sake. That's a lot of dead people that didn't need to be dead.
on Donald Trump's terms. He is entering Donald Trump's law and order battleground, and I'm sorry, Joe Biden cannot win in this arena. But he had no choice. This is a desperate Hail Mary pass, which is likely to fail. The New York Times.
I don't even think I agree with that.
There's nothing funny
Like,
about
I
the tools
get
of
it. I
capitalism.
really think Biden's going to spend a lot of time, energy, and campaign funding trying to reach out to centerists, right? Or people who are center-right, who are probably not going to vote for him anyway, which is stupid, but that's clear that that's kind of going to be his campaign strategy and what the Democrats want to do. But, like, it's his to lose. This isn't a desperation strategy. This was their strategy all along, was to sort of, like, toe that line and try and court right or center-right voters who don't want to vote for Trump. It's stupid, but that's their entire thing, is they're like, we're don't worry, we're not those scary socialists. We're in favor of small business, and we're gonna do da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Like, this isn't a desperation thing from them. This is just what their plan has been all along. And I disagree with that plan, but it is what it is nonetheless. It's Biden's campaign to lose. He's already winning in enough battleground states that he would win if the election were held today. However, as we all know, Democrats have a way of, how do I put this, fucking things up for themselves. They're real bad at campaigning. They're so bad at it. So, who knows? We have months still until November. I'm sure Biden will do something stupid and innocuous that'll make a bunch of people who are already going to vote for Trump go, well, I don't know. I don't know about this Biden guy. And then they'll vote for Trump and it'll be stupid and we'll have 4 more years of this fucking nightmare. Anyway. Devious, oh no, read that one. Talon 9390 with a bit, since the Republicans are going to, oh, read that one too, sorry. The Distant Red with 2 bits, at least 8 9/11s. Oh, okay. Devious Chillster with 25 bits. How many Benghazis is the COVID deaths? About 60 9/11s if I did the math right. It says 9390. Okay.
Times says, Mr. Biden has reportedly condemned instances in which protests for racial justice have burst into violence, accusing Mr. Trump of stoking divisions and laying blame for any chaos on the current occupant of the White House. But the ad, part of a $45 million one-week television and digital purchase that is by far the campaign's largest to date, is the first time that Mr. Biden has put this pushback on issues of crime and public safety into a major paid advertising program. Quote, I want to make it absolutely clear, Biden says as images flash of burned out cars and buildings in confrontation with the police. Rioting is not protesting. Looting is not protesting. And those who do it should be prosecuted.
The founding fathers would disagree, bud.
I'm sorry, Mr. Biden. But in Portland, the DA is not prosecuting these people. Your party, not the Republicans, is responsible for this. Your political party disagrees with you. And the progressives are getting interviewed on NPR saying in defense of looting. So whose fault is it? I was in Ferguson when they looted and burned down buildings in that small town.
Guess the cops should stop killing people then. That seems to be the solution.
And the next thing I see was this far left article titled in defense of looting. This was back in, I believe, 2015. And it's still happening to this date. Trump has consistently condemned the violence and called for law and order. No, Joe, you ignored it, trying to capitalize off of it, and now it's backfired in your face. Mr. Biden casts himself as a unifying figure who would seek to lower the temperature of the national debate and bring the country together. The spot ends with Mr. Biden, who is Catholic, quoting the former Pope John Paul II, "Be not afraid." Unlike many of Mr. Biden's recent ads, the 60-second spot does not mention the coronavirus pandemic. The Biden campaign said the ad would air nationally on cable television and in local markets in 9 battleground states: Arizona, Florida, Michigan, Minnesota, Nevada, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. States where Joe Biden is starting to do worse and Trump is starting to win. The speech in Pittsburgh and the advertising campaign are part of Mr. Biden's response to a Republican convention last week in which the GOP tried repeatedly to twist the former vice president's.
I take issue with the fact that he's saying places where Trump is starting to win. No, the gap is closed a little bit, but in most of those states, Biden is still polling to win. So, don't know what you're talking about there.
Its record on crime and policing, with Mr. Trump himself often amplifying the misleading claims on Twitter. I'm not going to play these games with the New York Times, but I will tell you, Joe Biden is the author of that famous 1994 crime bill. I believe it was 94. Yeah, I think the dude's an authoritarian, but he is a...
Guys, Biden is an authoritarian, so we got to get behind Trump to stop the authoritarian. That's a take, isn't it? That's a take and a half, if I've ever heard one.
Unifying figure, if you want to talk technically. He's unifying the far left extremists, the critical race theorists and intersectionalists, the people who are overtly racist, with the regular liberals of the Democratic Party.
Someone doesn't listen to a lot of leftists, apparently.
And that's why I've been forced out, and many...
Yes, Tim Pool, famous left-wing thinker. I can think of two problems with that statement. Left-wing and thinker. Tail in 9390 with a bit. I feel like footage could come out of Trump murdering someone in cold blood and his hardcore supporters would find some way to justify it. Yeah. No kidding.
Many other liberals have been forced out and are now going to vote for
Tim! Are you still pretending that you were ever a liberal? Stop. No one buys this shit. My goodness.
Trump. The critical race theorists, intersectional identitarians, are overt racists. They
pointing out racism is the real racism.
Say it.
All right. How so, Tim?
There's a viral tweet going around right now where there's a digital town hall where these college students and their professor are straight up saying they are racist. Why would I take advice from them? And why would I want them in my party?
Tim, I haven't seen this, but I'm guessing what they're saying is that if you are the beneficiary of a system that helps you or hinders others because of their race and you do nothing about it, then you are inherently racist. So when they say, like, I'm racist, they're not literally saying, like, I don't like people of a certain race or I think they're lesser than me. They're trying to illustrate a point that even being a benign individual isn't benign when you aren't helping deconstruct a system, a hierarchy that hurts others because of their race. So when they're saying they're racist, they're also saying you're racist. In fact, you're more racist than them because not only are you doing nothing to deconstruct a hierarchy that benefits certain people because of their race, but you're doing everything in your power to keep it and like, and reinforce that hierarchy.
Well, if Joe Biden believes they have a place in the Democratic Party, then I certainly don't.
Cherry Tree Boy with 100 bits. Hey, Hannah. Thought my headphones broke, but I got them working again, so I have some bits. Thank you. It's a weird reason to give me bits. I didn't fix them for you, but thanks anyway. MMO addicted to 20 bits. Please, if footage of Trump... Oh, no. Yeah, if footage of Trump murdering someone came out, his popularity with his base would increase. Oh, yeah, especially if it was, like, a non-white person, for sure.
Because my family rejects the overt racism.
Tim, why do you think anyone cares what you think the Democratic Party should be? You're a super right-winger. Who cares?
Of these critical race theorists, who, let me remind you, in some of the best-selling books that they read, say they are overtly and avowed racists. A lot of people try to play this game that they're being forced to say...
These people admit implicit bias. Therefore, I, who don't admit implicit bias, am actually the better person.
These things. No, I'm telling you. They are saying it. Why is Joe Biden offering them a space in the Democratic Party? I guess it's trying to get back.
I wish Joe Biden was offering leftists a place in the Democratic Party. That'd be nice. Devious Chillster with 25 bits. Oh god, I can hear the man Trump killed was no angel from Candace Owens already. Yeah.
Back to their roots, because the Democratic Party was historically racist to begin with.
He did it! That's like an automatic bingo, folks, if we had right-winger bingo. Actually, did you know... Where's my stupid Bones glasses? Where are my Bones glasses? Okay, here they are. Actually, did you know the Democrats supported slavery? Yeah, Tim. Did you know that comparing a political party today to the same political party like 150 years ago means nothing, right? The Republicans back in the day were progressive. That changed over time. Look at the Southern strategy. I imagine it has a whole Wikipedia page.
They can't let it go, can they? Well,
Stone Corbell with 20 bits. The problem is, in modern popular culture, we have depicted racists as these cartoonish villains who set out to do harm to people of color on purpose. As a result, now when you call someone racist, they think you're saying they're a white hood-wearing cartoon villain, not just someone who has unexamined implicit bias. Yeah. Yep.
Joe Biden is also going to be going to Kenosha, and this is also shockingly desperate. He had a chance to go there early this week on Monday. He didn't do it. Donald Trump went Tuesday. A lot of people said he should have gone, but he was too busy hiding in his basement. And I'm not trying to be mean, but that's quite literally what he's doing. Just staying in the basement, not doing any press conferences, not answering questions, not traveling, not rallying. I don't think the man is actually trying to win.
No, what? The reason they're not doing rallies is because there's a pandemic on. Remember when Trump held a rally and it killed Herman Cain? Did you guys already forget that happened? No? Okay, just checking.
I think they know he's going to lose. Well, now he's planning to go to Kenosha on Thursday. Playing catch-up with Donald Trump does not bode well. You're chasing after the man. You are behind the curve, and you have no idea what regular Americans are concerned about. Well, I'll tell you what they're concerned about.
Regular Americans, a.k.a. the minority of Americans who live in bumfuck nowhere, who've never met a black person but somehow think they're lazy. Regular Americans! There's a Blazing Saddles joke where they're like, these are people of the land. They're, oh God. What do they say? I gotta find the clip. Hold on.
What did you expect? Welcome, son.
There's nothing funny about the tools of
Make
capitalism.
yourself at home. Marry my daughter. You've got to remember that these are just simple farmers. These are people of the land. The common clay of the New West.
You know.
Morons.
This image
That's the clip I always think of when people are like, Middle America doesn't believe what you city folks believe. All right. You're also less educated. Why the fuck do I care what you think?
right here. Donald Trump ticks slightly ahead in,
the betting odds always get much closer to the election. Like, this always happens. The same thing happened with the 2016 election.
As of right now, it looks like Trump is just slightly underneath Joe Biden by 0.2 in the betting odds. Let's be real. That's a coin toss. Nobody knows who's going to win.
True.
I think Trump's going to win, but you better get out and vote if you want him to win. But this is a coin toss.
Please go out and vote for Joe Biden. I will not survive 4 more years of this, so if you want continued streams instead of a corpse, you should probably vote for Biden.
Joe Biden had a tremendous lead. Look at this. There was a period where the betting odds were 60% for Biden, 36 for Trump, and now it's even. It's a coin toss. That's Joe Biden's fault. It's absolutely Joe Biden's fault. My view on it, extremely desperate. Biden and Dems avoided talking about violence because they didn't want to call attention to it, likely hoping many people were unaware as media called them peaceful protests. Biden is now playing on Trump's turf and he can't win. Now that Biden is forced to highlight violence, Trump will hammer him, and no one, for the most part, will believe Biden is strong enough to do anything about it. Yeah, I don't think Biden's going to be able to stop the violence. I think Trump can.
Okay, then why hasn't he? Right? You can't say that when he's currently the president. That's the problem, Tim. It's not a national issue. It's just not. There's no point where you should have protests, peaceful or even places where there are actual riots. The federal government should not get involved in that shit. That's a state issue all around. What the fuck happened to states' rights, Tim? Shouldn't the governor or the mayor of the city it's happening in have some sort of purview over this? Why are you sending in national troops? That makes no sense. That's never been the policy. MMO addicted with 20 bits. I have to deal with 4 more years of ultra-conservative government who thinks LGBTQ folks F animals and kidnap kids, forcing them to be trans. Yay! Possibly forevermore, too. You'll manage, Hannah. I don't know about that one. They act like Trump has been in opposition for the past 4 effing years. Yeah. Very bizarre.
Yashir Ali, journalist, tweeted, whether people think this is the right strategy or not, or whether the criticism is fair or not, Biden would not be doing this if the polls and focus groups didn't show that this is a weak spot for him. Yeah, the Democrats are panicking, backpedaling, and trying now to condemn the very people they financially supported. And that's...
What do you not understand about there's a differentiation between Black Lives Matter as an organization and people who are turning protests into an excuse to loot? These things are not intrinsically connected any more than anyone who uses any sort of civil unrest to loot, right? It would be like saying, I don't know, remember when Hurricane Katrina happened and people were like using it as an excuse to loot or whatever? Like they were taking stuff from stores, whatever. I don't really care. Again, I don't have like a huge like boner for like private companies and them being looted. Like you're already gonna get stuff like paid off by insurance. I don't really care. But anyway, like imagine if it was like, why won't Democrats condemn this hurricane for causing people to be allowed to loot? Like it doesn't make any sense, right? Any kind of civil unrest leads to people using it as a cover for looting. It's not the fault of Black Lives Matter that people are using this as an excuse, right? The same thing happens during natural disasters and other stuff. Yes, the polls have Biden with a 6.5 point lead. We'll see what happens. We'll see if there's an October surprise that completely fucks shit up. Vulcan Princess 97. 4 months. Woot woot. Thank you so much for subscribing.
That's the point I was making in the previous tweet. When they go to debate, and Trump says Joe Biden's campaign staff was paying the bail fund for these people, what's Joe gonna say? Kamala Harris solicited funds for them. Their best bet.
Wait, what day of the week is it? Is Kamala Harris a cop, or is she a radical who's helping Black Lives Matter looters? I guess it depends on who you're talking to. If I'm talking to someone on the left, Kamala Harris is a cop. But if I talk to someone on the right, she's a radical leftist who's helping looters. It's very confusing.
That was to ignore this. They couldn't. The American people are fed up. And that's going to come up in the debates. And Joe Biden will have no answer. None whatsoever. Well, Students for Trump says, President Donald Trump tours what Biden will do to America, looking at riot damage. And Twitter user Liberal Not Lefty said, quote, don't vote for Biden, because if he is POTUS, this will happen. The POTUS, it literally happened under.
Yes. What don't you understand about that message, Tim? You can't blame Biden, who has no power right now, for what is currently happening. You can't say, well, this'll continue under Biden. Okay, well, under Biden, things will be better even if we have this. Like, you can't say, but Biden will allow it to continue. Trump's allowing it to continue. What are you talking about?
I think it's interesting that this is kind of a narrative that people are pushing.
It's not a federal issue. God.
Well, I respect Liberal Not Lefty. I follow her on Twitter, and I think she normally has good takes. But this one I disagree with. Donald Trump deputized, or I should say the federal government deputized the Oregon State Police. He could have invoked the Insurrection Act.
That's right.
He didn't. Donald Trump...
The Insurrection Act. That's not overreacting. Joofy Shara 2 has followed. Thank you for following.
Is not in league with Antifa. He criticizes them every step of the way.
Tim, Antifa doesn't exist as an organization. And by the way, if the person you're behind is criticizing a group of people who are not an organization, but all happen to be under the same umbrella as anti-fascists, and your person is speaking out against anti-fascists, guess what that makes that person most likely?
And he's routinely criticized Black Lives Matter as a Marxist organization.
Remember when words had meanings?
There's nothing funny about the tools.
Wasn't that nice when you had a conversation with someone and you had the understanding that for the most part you all understood what words meant and you didn't just say whatever thought came into your head without wondering if that means anything in the context of what you're saying? Those were the days.
He's not trying to placate them. He is not trying to offer up concessions.
Antipodian Squid, morning fam. Is that an awesome steampunk hat? Looking great, Hannah. Thank you. Yeah, it's the hat. If you look at the channel icon, my D&D character wears this hat. So.
To them. So what do you think would happen if Joe Biden was president? The Democrats have already proven incapable of stopping the violence. You think the right choice now is to put a Democrat in the executive office and cross your fingers that that will stop everything? I think the best bet is that Trump unleash the feds. I should put it that way. That the local governments accept federal assistance like Wisconsin did and bring in the National Guard and shut it down immediately. Trump's already taken very clever action with deputizing these state police. I think that was brilliant. That's one way to do it. You think Joe Biden would? I don't. I think it'll get worse, and Joe Biden will do what he did a couple months ago. Democratic task force.
Imagine wanting the executive, like, chief executive of the country to, like, send military forces into states to deal with civil issues and thinking that you're the party of small government. Wild.
Delivers Biden a blueprint for a progressive presidency. The far left is not happy with where Joe Biden is at. They do not believe he is far left enough. But I'll tell you this.
Yeah.
If he's
Obowan with 500 bits. Tim, calling Antifa an organization is the same as calling Kekistan a country.
Cutting deals with the far left, some kind of compromise for their vote. What do you think he's going to do with the far left extremists who are...
Maybe allow a public option that'll be underfunded and intentionally handicapped as to give people the impression that government-funded healthcare is a bad idea. That's my guess.
Are infecting various government agencies with critical race theory and who are burning down buildings. Do you think he's going to turn on them and say, thanks for voting for me, now I'm going to condemn you? No. He's going to say, don't forget, I'm running for re-election in 4 years when he'll be, 82 or whatever.
How old is Trump? Trump is 74. He's also old as fuck, and Trump is in less good shape than Biden. Trump is a fatty. I say this as a fatty. Like, come on, Tim. I agree. I think that everyone in politics just about is too old, and they need to get the F out. I am so sick of these, 70 and 80-year-old people trying to dictate public policy when they're not even going to be alive in 10 years. I agree. But it's hypocritical to say that when you're voting for Trump, right?
And they're going to say, sure, because Joe Biden's giving us what we want. They've said this. Joe Biden is malleable. They have said it's easier to overthrow a bumbling old Joe Biden than it is to overthrow a fascist.
Yes.
They know that he will compromise. And
I don't know if he'll compromise. But I know I won't be disregarded by the government for being trans from the Biden administration. He'll listen to the people on his staff, and Democrats know which way the wind is blowing in terms of trans rights. And I'm just talking about my own personal, shit. This obviously is going to be different depending on what issues matter the most to you. But I care about, not being, not seen by the government, making sure that policies, like, don't affect me negatively. Trump literally tried to take away the thing that, like, basically, your health insurance could, like, be like, fuck you if you're trans, and, like, take away your health insurance or not cover certain things. There were Obama-era protections that stopped that, and then Trump took those away unilaterally some months back. A judge blocked it, but nonetheless, like, with 4 more years, that shit's going through, and I might not have health insurance. Like, that's fucked up. That kind of thing on the micro level is happening with tons of different minority groups because of Trump. Like, Trump does not care about you if you're not, like, a straight cis white dude. He just doesn't. Especially if rich. He cares about you if you're rich. If you're poor, he doesn't care about you either. Talon9390. Hannah, over the years with TBR, you've inspired me to be a better person. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. If you're a politician over 60, you should either resign or be forced into permanent exile from the country. I agree. I think even 65. Like, if you're 65, that's it. You're done. Get out. Like, thanks for your service. We appreciate it. But, like, you're not part of the zeitgeist anymore. You're holding things back. Get out.
And he already has. So I ask you this question. What is radicalization? Is radicalization wanting strong borders for your country? No, we've always had that.
Build a wall. That's pretty radical in the sense that it's very stupid, incredibly expensive. I'm talking tens of billions of dollars. And then also ineffective. So yes, that's pretty radical.
I mean, Hillary Clinton was in favor of border barriers. Bernie Sanders was in favor of getting rid of the same deals Trump was and securing our border. So that can't be radical, can it?
Okay, but you understand that there's a difference between securing borders through various means and building a really stupid symbolic wall. That's the difference. And also, I agree. I think liberals, in terms of, like, who Democrats are, I don't agree with a lot of their opinions on, like, border security. I'm a leftist. I don't care if someone wants to cross the border. Like, I don't care at all. So,
is it radical to say that we should lower unemployment and bring our factories back? No, that's a pretty popular position. Most people like the idea.
Again, every politician in the past 10 years has run on that. That's not something antithetical to what Democrats are saying they want.
Is it radical to put a moratorium on deportations and decriminalize border crossings? Yes. Is it radical to abolish private health care? Yes.
No, it's not. The United States is one of the only countries on the planet in the modern world that doesn't have universal health care. Now, if we're talking about the banning of private health care, that's another issue. There are certainly other countries that on top of your public insurance, you can buy private insurance. But, like, it's not that radical. It's a thing, right? You could have your private insurance and have public insurance that covers everyone no matter what.
There's nothing funny.
It's incredibly disingenuous to frame it in such a way that you're, like, abolishing private health care. Now, I think private health care is awful, and I think given the choice between good public health care and private health care, people would take the public health care because it's just cheaper and works better. But, like, nonetheless, I don't necessarily think we should ban it, at least not at this time. Talon9390, how do you feel about the idea that eventually mankind will have to unite as a world government? I'm sure it'll happen someday. Like, that's what I don't get about people who are, like, anti-globalism. No point during human history have we not come to a situation where we, like, conglomerate people under a bigger umbrella, whether it's from, like, tribes to villages to cities to city-states to states to, like, federal governments, that kind of thing. At some point, there will probably be something that's like a world government that'll dictate certain things, and then countries will still have their own autonomy, the same way as, like, in the United States, there's a federal government, but then all the states have their own governments, and then under that, there's local governments. It'll just be one step up in the hierarchy in terms of governmental structure. Like, I'm not saying it's going to happen next year, 5 years from now, or even 100 years from now, but at some point, it would make sense to all get on the same page in terms of, like, worker rights, healthcare, you know what I mean? It doesn't really make sense to have people on one part of a giant rock floating through space having the right to health care, and this person who was born on this other section of rock on the same planet not have it, right? It makes sense to get your laws sort of aligned.
That's the far left. And Joe Biden is compromising with them, with his, blueprint for a progressive presidency, working with Bernie Sanders to come up with, a joint effort by Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders to unify Democrats around Biden's candidacy, has produced a 110-page policy wish list to recommend the party's presumptive presidential nominee. So, what do you think happens? I'll leave it to you to comment, because I think I know what's going to happen. The dude's already giving them what they want. He's going to need to get reelected. And moderates and Trump supporters who are not fans of the far left aren't going to vote for him.
That hasn't stopped Biden and the Democrats from trying to court right-leaning voters. For some reason, the Democrats, it's like they're embarrassed to be Democrats. It's like they want so bad to be right-wingers, but they're just embarrassed by the outright racism. So they're like, no, we'll be Democrats. But we're like, cool, corporate Democrats. Come over to our side, folks. Instead of, actually working with, like, the huge swath of Americans who would be in favor of, like, policies that help labor, policies that help them with health care. They're just not interested in doing that. It's very annoying.
If he's doing this, he's going to need to double down.
Antipodian Squid with 450 bits. You know what is radical? Thinking human rights and equality don't matter or shouldn't exist for convenience or because the government thinks it goes too far, that people shouldn't have to choose between food and life-saving medication. Yeah.
On his support from the far left and try harder. Christopher Catalego says, Biden says officers who shot Jacob Blake should be charged, joining Kamala, who said this in response to a question last week. And there it is. With no proper investigation, with nothing. Just a gut reaction from media video.
Hey, dipshit. During investigations, people get arrested. Like, do you not understand that's how it works? You charge someone with a crime, and then they're held in jail while the investigation happens, or let out on bond if they're considered, like, a non-flight risk and not, like, endangering to people. Which, if you're a cop and you just shot someone, I say just. If you're a cop and you shot someone, you're probably not a risk to the general public as long as you're not out on the beat, like, doing stuff. As long as you get, like, stay at your house or whatever, you probably can be let out on bond. But nonetheless, yeah, you should get booked like everyone else. That's how that works. You get charged with a crime while they investigate, and then they take it to court, right? Come on. That's how this works. Like, imagine if, like, you hold up a convenience store, and a cop walks in, and then they're like, stop, you're under arrest. And you're like, whoa, man, you can't do that. You gotta investigate first. And they just walk out, and the cop goes, you're right. That's how this works. God, Tim, you're such an idiot.
Videos. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are going to throw the police under the bus.
Good. That'd be nice. I don't think that's gonna happen, but yeah, please. Well, we need more buses. More public transport, and also throw the police under them, metaphorically speaking, of course.
I told you. He is going to give the far left what they want, and he is doing it right now.
That'd be nice.
I mean, the first response says, with no complete investigation, laughable. It is. Even the feds going after Antifa and the Black Lives Matter extremists in Portland took about 2 months before they filed any formal charges. Why would Joe Biden think it's a good idea to come out and say, we don't have all the evidence, we don't know what happened, charge the officers? With what? There's been no investigation. Has there even been a grand jury? There's no indictment?
Do you understand that if someone's, like, thought to have murdered someone, that's not how that works? Like, if a cop kills someone, let's say someone's in a cop's custody, and that person is dead, and you don't know why, you still arrest the person, even if they're not a cop. Let's say I'm hanging out at Jake's house, and then mysteriously, let's say I owned a gun, and everyone knows I own a gun, like a cop who's going to have a gun on them or something. And I'm hanging out with Jake, and all of a sudden, Jake's body turns up, and he's got a gunshot wound, and the gunshot matches the caliber of bullet that's used with my gun. I would be arrested during the investigation, right? The same thing applies to the cop. If someone gets shot, and it's clear the cop shot them, then during the investigation, the cop should be arrested, just like everyone else. Why is that so hard to understand? My goodness.
You just want to snap your fingers and have it go. I'm telling you, man. We saw this happen in Atlanta. The morality police don't care about what's just.
Oh no, the morality police. Tim, how many people have the morality police killed? Is it fewer than the actual police? I'm guessing so. MMO addicted to 10 bits. Should we warn Jake to run? He can't outrun me. He can't outrun a bullet.
They don't care about equality under the law. They care about power. And Joe Biden will give it to them. So, yeah, if Joe Biden's president, it will get worse. I want to show you this clip. It's not just about Joe Biden being weak. It's about him being incapable of being the president. Donald Trump tweeted, seriously.
Donald Trump is currently president. The bar is pretty low.
Is this what our great USA wants as its leader? Take a listen.
COVID has taken this year, just since the outbreak, has taken more than 100 years. Look, here's the lives. When you think about it.
Oh, is that the whole clip? Yeah, what about it? He's saying, like, it's taken a bunch of people. Think about it. He's struggling over his words, but what about it? Donald Trump, have you ever heard Donald Trump speak? What Biden just did is like a typical gaffe, right? He just, like, mumbled his words a little bit. Trump speaks like a deranged person literally all the time. And that's what you have on Biden, that you're like, Biden's got dementia. No, he doesn't. Like, I get it. I get the meme. The meme is funny, but I do not think Biden has dementia. If you did a cognitive test between Donald Trump and Biden, I'm pretty friggin' confident that Biden would win by a lot. The fact that we're even having this discussion is so depressing that we have such old candidates in this country. It's disgusting. But nonetheless, it is what it is, right? If we're really comparing Biden and Trump, bad avenue to go down for Trump supporters, considering I can literally Google any time Trump has spoken in the last 4 years, and he's gonna say something absolutely insane. Trump freaked out about bags of soup. I did hear about that. Devious Chilstro, 25 bits. The last Biden clip is a gaffe I could see myself make on stream while mad about how bad COVID is, yeah. It's a very innocuous, like, flub.
This happens all the time.
MMO addicted with 10 bits. One thing I never understood was some Americans using they had a knife, mallet, hammer, katana, so shooting was justified. Like, is your police not trained to disarm people with melee weapons? No, they're not. Like, I can only understand them pulling weapons in an active shooter situation where people are in danger. Non-lethal apprehension is what we theoretically pay the police for. Yeah, no, police are, like, cowards. So they don't want to deal with that because they might get cut or hit or something. So instead of taking reasonable force or trying to de-escalate the situation, they just shoot it till the problem stops.
Joe Biden incapable of giving us a sentence. Any kind of cohesive thought. I know that Joe Biden, when he does these long speeches, he says many things. And we don't highlight the whole speech. We highlight the points where he struggles to speak and he says something that's just insane, garbled nonsense.
Do I really need to pull up literally any time Trump has spoken in the last 4 years? I think we all get it, right? Do I have to do that?
COVID has taken this year, just since the outbreak, has taken more than 100 years. Look, here's the lives. It's just when you think about it.
Yeah, people get flustered, friend. That's how that works. Why pay them then? That kind of service can be provided by your local KKK gun nut. Sarcasm? Yeah. Cops are nuts. Trump never uses complete sentences ever. Yeah. Trump. Video.
A lot of months in the following year, 2021, and instead the unemployment rate plunged really to the surprise
Gotta find
of
where
many.
he's not reading, though, because when he
Positive
reads
nut.
off stuff.
An
Although it is funny when Trump reads something and he mispronounces it. That's always fun.
economic crisis in history, world history. By contrast, Biden presided over the worst, the weakest, and the slowest economic recovery since the Great Depression. It was
What? Yeah. Hold on. He literally just gave Biden and Obama credit for, like, helping, like, restore economic parity after the 2008 financial crisis. Like, the recovery after the 2008 financial crisis was slow because it was one of the worst financial crises in American history. Like, they did a relatively good job, and you're like, he oversaw a slow economic recovery after the entirety of the United States economy went to trash. I'm in real estate. Let me tell you, these subprime mortgage loans, they were the best. I made $7 billion on this. It was amazing. Like, come on, dude. Really? Also, the GOP Senate blocked everything. True.
It was a long, slow slog, and it was a very small on growth and very small on every other factor that you need. It was the weakest recovery.
It was the weakest recovery. What does that mean, Donald? This is how Trump talks all the time. This isn't just a gaffe. This is Trump talking like an insane person. It was the weakest recovery. It was weak. Donald, what do you mean by weak? The weakest. It was the worst. The weakest. Obama, did I tell you he's the worst?
Under my leadership, next year will be the greatest economic year in the history of our country, I project. And
the best economic by what metric? By the stock market? Because 50% of Americans don't own any stocks, and 90% of stocks are owned by the top 10%. So I don't give a fuck what the stock market's doing. Antipodian Squid with 300 bits. I hate this discourse of they have dementia because they're garbling or slurring their words. I worked for a while in a secure unit for dementia patients, and they were really far into the condition, and those that could still talk could talk well and carry conversations and didn't slur. It was the subject matter that was a bit out there. And that's what I'm talking about. Like, if we're talking about Biden or Trump, the one who comes off as, like, deranged or not right is Trump. And it's not because he's, like, slurring or anything. It's because he just talks like a crazy person. I'm gonna talk about any topic, okay? This topic that I like, this person complimented me. They're the best. Excellent. The best. I've done the best job. I'm fantastic. Oh, this person who criticized me, very rude. The worst. They're the worst. The way he talks in absolutes is insane. He speaks like a friggin' crazy person.
I don't know what he's trying to say. I really don't. A lot of journalists like to...
He's talking about how the outbreak is taken. He probably forgot the exact number, which is what screwed him up. So he's trying to say probably around the time that this happened, like 180,000 dead people. And he couldn't think of the number, so it screwed him up and it stopped him for a second. And that's why he's like, COVID this year, just since the outbreak has taken more than 100 years. That's where it starts screwing up. So he probably meant to say like 180,000, but he forgot the number. Look, here's the lives. It's just when you think about it, he's trying to get back on track from the fact that he forgot the exact number. So he's trying to be like, wow, the impact of this disease has killed over 100,000, almost 200,000 Americans. He's trying to say that, but because he can't think of the exact number, it's screwing with him. It's not hard to understand, Tim. Like, the context tells you, whereas when you listen to Trump with, like, the thing we just talked about, he's like,
There's nothing
the
funny about
worst
the tools of
economic
capitalism.
recovery, the worst economic recovery, it was the worst. What do you mean by worst, Donald Trump? That's a vacuous statement. It doesn't mean anything. It's entirely emotional. Ask Compu with a bit. Doesn't Biden have a stutter, so he uses alternative words as a coping mechanism? I think I've heard that, yeah.
Finish his ideas for him, but we cannot have a president who can't speak. And today, here's a tweet.
We can't have a president who can't speak, so vote for Donald Trump. I have the best words. The best. I have the best words.
From Benny Johnson. Biden to Trump. Stop your boast about never being seemed at you. You can do anything. I have no idea what this one's supposed to say.
And stop your boast about never being seemed at what you can do anything. You always talk about.
He's dealing with this stutter. He has like a stutter problem that he's faced a lot of his life, and he's trying to deal with it by using alternative words. That's a bad comparison. I was gonna say, you know how Porky Pig says like is about to say a word, but then his like speech impediment gets in the way, and then he picks a different word. It's used for comedic effect in Looney Tunes, but like that's a real thing people with stutters do. They'll like start not being able to get a word out, and then they'll do a different word, and they're able to get that out. And if it doesn't help immediately, you keep trying to shift the word, and it's difficult, right? Like, I don't have that speech impediment, so I can't explain to you perfectly how that's gonna work. Nonetheless, like, it's something that he struggles with, and that's why that happens. Tinker Tailor 84 with 20 bits.
About your ability to negotiate.
I don't know what Joe Biden's trying to say, but I can tell you this. I don't think Joe Biden should be president. For so many.
Yeah, you're a right-winger, Tim. Of course you don't. Devious Chillster with 25 bits. Also, you can tell what Biden means. Stop boasting about never being seen, making a mistake, and you're perfect. You can tell what Biden means, even though his stutter. Yeah. Tim's being disingenuous, or Tim is an idiot who can't understand what words mean if they're a little screwed up. Like, from the context and the word choice, you can understand what he's trying to say.
Many reasons. When you look at these clips just right off the bat, come on, man. To use Joe Biden's catchphrase at this point, come on, man. You can't be serious with this guy.
Is that Joe Biden's catchphrase?
Now, Donald Trump's got his issues, but he's done a great job with the economy before COVID, and he's been all about law and order. I think Donald Trump's response to COVID itself was fine.
No, it wasn't. Even when, like, normalized for population, the death rate between America and Canada, America's was like twice that of Canada. Half the people who have died of COVID in the US could have survived if the response was better, but it wasn't. You idiot. And ask Compu with a bit, and there's a link. Hold on. What is this? The troops want a new commander-in-chief. This, I assume, was after the thing came out where Trump was calling people who went to Vietnam, like, idiots or something. Yeah, I'd say after you ignored the reports of Russia getting bounties on their heads, I bet they're real effing fed up with him. It's not only time he's disrespected them. In May 2020, the White House ended National Guard deployments one day before they could claim benefits. The Trump administration seized 5 million masks intended for VA hospitals. Kushner distributed these masks to private entities for a fee, who then sells the masks to the government. Trump fired the captain of the USS Theodore Roosevelt after he warned superiors that COVID-19 was spreading amongst the crew. The virus subsequently spread amongst the crew after Iran's retaliatory strike, 109 U.S. troops suffered brain injuries. Trump dismissed these as headaches. On July 20th, 2017, in room 2E924 of the Pentagon, Trump told a room full of generals, quote, "You're a bunch of dopes and babies," pardoned multiple war criminals, which stomped on the long-standing military funerals, discipline and command. Trump has no military experience. Trump mocked Lieutenant Colonel Vindman for his rank and uniform. He threatened said Purple Heart officer, resulting in the Army providing him protection. Trump's chief of staff worked in secret to deny comprehensive health coverage to Vietnam vets who suffered from Agent Orange. There is a facility in Tijuana for U.S. veterans that Trump deported. Wounded war vet Senator Duckworth marked Veterans Day 2019 by visiting this facility. Russia took control of the main U.S. military facility in Syria, abandoned on Trump's orders. Russia now owns the airstrip we built. On October 7th, 2019, Trump abruptly withdrew support from America's allies in Syria after a phone call with Turkey's president. Turkey subsequently bombed U.S. Special Forces. Trump sent thousands of American troops to defend the oil assets of the country that perpetrated 9/11. In September 2019, he made an Air Force cargo crew flying from the U.S. to Kuwait stop in Scotland, where there's no U.S. base, to refuel at a commercial airport where it costs more so they could stay overnight at a Trump property which isn't close to the airport. Trump's golf courses are losing money, so he's forcing the military to pay for a 5-star nights there. September 2019, Pentagon pulled funds for military schools, military housing funds, and daycare to pay for Trump's border wall. In August 2019, this goes on and on and on. I'm not going to read this whole thing because it would take like 40 minutes. You get it. Trump's a piece of shit. And that's just stuff like related to the military. This isn't even general discourse about Trump.
There's nothing really to compare it to. I mean, we're a republic. The states are responsible for what they do.
So, wait, doesn't that fly in the face of the fact that you want federal troops to be deployed to deal with civil unrest in the states? You idiot. That's not substantive commentary, but Tim's legit just an idiot. So what do you want me to say about it? Whatever, it's states' rights, except in this case where I can hurt Democrats, then I'm going to send federal troops to hurt you. Genius.
People want to blame him for it. He had a plan. He had phases. He announced them. Remember, he was like, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. The governors, it's up to them to do what they need in order to properly deal with COVID. I can't blame Trump for that. Trump has called for law and order. He's condemned the riots. I appreciate that. He did a good job in the economy. That's fantastic. And he's got...
No, unemployment is still way up. Income inequality is incredibly high, the highest it's been since the Great Depression. Again, the economy is not the stock market. Stop saying the economy is the stock market. It's literally just a line that tells you how rich people feel about how much money they're making.
Foreign policy moves that I like. But Joe Biden can't even talk. Now, Joe Biden's got some policies that are fine, but he can't...
Look at my recommendations. Oh, yeah. Like, my channel, this channel that I use, like, to watch stuff for this stream is full of just right-wing nonsense. The only one that isn't is this, like, thing of The Witcher that I was watching. It was pretty good. This Joseph Anderson guy, pretty good YouTube channel, does, like, really in-depth reviews of, video games. Been watching his stuff. Very, very good. Like, he has a 2-hour review of Super Mario Odyssey. It's quite good. Check it out sometime. I don't always agree, but he always has well thought out opinions, so check that out. But yeah, my recommendations on this channel are all kinds of garbage.
Even talk. And too much of what he's doing is pandering to the far left. Trump attacks take a toll on Black Lives Matter support. But a new Politico Morning Consult poll shows more voters favor Joe Biden to handle public safety. I am just not buying it, man. I go on Instagram, and there are a few... I follow a decent amount of people, and, people share stuff with me, and I'm seeing people I never thought would be a Trump supporter being Trump supporters.
So instead of looking at polls, you think that the anecdotes that you can tell about people who are going to talk to you, which there's inherently going to be a bias because no one's talking to Tim Pool, who isn't already this sort of weird right-wing thing. They might be in denial about it. They might be embarrassed about calling themselves right-wing, which is why they're attracted to Tim Pool, because he gives that layer of like, oh, I used to be a liberal, even though he was never a liberal. Sort of the Dave Rubin thing, except like cranked up a little bit. It's that sort of thing where it's like, oh, are you embarrassed to be a right-winger? Well, come to me and I'll make you feel better about it and tell you that really we're the, it's a bunch of bullshit. But anyway, Tim, the reason people come to you and they're like, I can't support this anymore is because they're on the right. They're right-wingers. They might be embarrassed to say that, but that is what they are. I would trust polling over your anecdotes, right? It's the same reason, like, if I were to poll my audience or people who are watching me and say, like, hey guys, are you gonna vote for Trump or are you gonna vote for Biden? Like, those results would not be helpful in any way because my audience is going to be people on the left, and while there are going to be people who are going to vote for neither because they'd rather vote for someone like Bernie Sanders and he's not on the ballot, nonetheless, like, people are going to favor the candidate that's further to the left, which, even though I don't think Biden is very left, he's further to the left than Trump, who's an authoritarian on the right.
I'm gonna try and bring Lupine in here.
Okay.
So, you know what? If in 2016, I knew people in 2016 that hated Donald Trump that today love him. I don't think Trump has...
I doubt. Look, okay, I shouldn't say doubt. I'm assuming the person he's talking about are people on the right who were like, I'm a never Trumper, but then, of course, you know, Donald Trump hurt a bunch of people that they don't like, people on the left, trans people, whatever, and now they like him because all they care about is owning the libs over helping anyone. Republicans can't really run on, like, helping anyone because their entire thing is like, oh, we're gonna starve the beast, we're gonna make sure government isn't functional. So they can't run on running a functional government. They have to run on stuff like, we're gonna own the libs, we're gonna make sure people you don't like get hurt. And that shit's messed up.
Funny about the tools of capitalism.
Antipodian Squid with 100 bits. Results of that poll, 80% Biden, 10% neither, 10% non-American. Devious Chillster with 25 bits. Nuclear take, are you ready? If within the last 4 years you started to love Trump, you're a terrible person. Oh, agree. Hardcore.
has lost support. I think he's gained tremendous support.
I doubt that. Now, again, I'm not saying, like, either way what I think. But if we're just talking about our feelings, which is what Tim wants to do, I would guess he's lost support. Not a ton, because the people who like Trump like him because he's an asshole and that he hurts people they don't like. But I'm sure there are some people who saw Trump and, like, have seen the circus that's been the last 4 years and are like, yeah, I'm not feeling it. I'll take Biden.
I think Trump's attacks on Black Lives Matter, it's not so much about Trump saying it, it's about people realizing Trump was right. We've seen the videos. We know what's going on around our own country. You can't keep lying about it. And that's taken a toll on Black Lives Matter support. So Politico will say it's Trump's attacks. That's not fair. I think regular people are smart enough to recognize what's happening and to ask questions. I think regular people saw saw buildings being burnt down and people being executed in the street in Portland. Trump supporter was shot in the chest twice, and you all...
What about the Trump supporter right-wing 17-year-old who wasn't supposed to have a gun who murdered people? Really? Are we doing this? Are we really gonna do this? I'd rather not.
Probably know it by now. And they asked themselves, what is happening to our country? And Joe Biden ignored it for months. I wonder how many people who had to spray paint, please don't hurt us, we support Black Lives Matter, or put up flyers saying, please spare our store. I wonder how many of those people used to be Democrats. And now they feel abandoned.
They're business owners, so I'm guessing none of them.
By Joe Biden. I wonder how many Democratic voters are more concerned about trade. You know, the Iron Range in Minnesota. 6 of these cities endorsed Donald Trump's re-election, a Democrat stronghold. Flipped for Trump after decades.
Antipodian Squid with 200 bits. It all started because black people were being executed in the streets by cops. Yep.
Republican. On economic issues, not even the riots. Joe Biden's lost it. He's lost the plot. He's not working class Joe, and it's all falling down around him.
But Donald Trump, billionaire, New York property owner, New York real estate mogul, real man of the people. He's literally the kind of person people on the right would shit talk prior to 2016. Small loan of $1 million.
Biden's lead in Pennsylvania shrinks to 4 points in new poll. This is Biden's state. It's supposed to be, Joe Biden's supposed to be the PA guy.
He'll probably win Pennsylvania.
This is his home state. And Trump has taken the lead.
What? No. What do you think lead means? Biden's lead shrinks to 4 points. Trump is in the lead. No, Biden's in the lead. by 4 points. How's your reading comprehension, Tim?
Or I should say, he's gaining he's shrinking.
There you go.
He's narrowing the gap.
I think we looked at 538 polls that are more recent, and they're higher Biden. That was an outlier poll, I believe, if we looked. We can look again, though. 538. Wisconsin, Texas, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. There's Biden plus 6 in Pennsylvania. There's one that's even. C plus poll. Oh, that's Rasmussen. Rasmussen tends to lean a bit right, but God, why aren't there more polls? It annoys me so much how few polls there are, it seems. Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Biden plus 10, Biden plus 1, Biden plus 3, Biden plus 4, Biden plus 5. So we're seeing a range, right? An average might be a 5, a 4, something like that. And this is from, what date was this? This is the 2nd, so this might be the polling that he gets, he's taking from. What day was this article published? This video was published on the 2nd, so I'm guessing those are the polls he's referencing.
That's right, capitalism.
That's bad news for Biden,
Singing
man. When you consider
Reaper, thanks
there
for
are a lot
following.
of people who are going to be first-time voters now voting for Trump, just like last time. When you consider the things Trump has done that people like, notably the economy, notably...
What has Trump done to the economy? Genuinely, please explain.
Law and order.
Honestly, how do I put this? We're in a pretty big bubble right now. I don't know if anyone follows the stock market, but stocks are not behaving rationally at all right now. Unemployment is still incredibly high. Like, people are not doing well. But the stock market continues to go up. We're basically in a bubble. And I almost want Trump to win, specifically because it's gotta pop soon. And I'm so concerned that it's gonna pop, like, right when Joe Biden gets elected, and idiots are gonna be like, this is Joe Biden's fault, even though it's the result of the actions of Trump in the last 4 years. But people are stupid, and they're unable to look at things reasonably and look at the big picture and not just look at, like, thing happened now, so must be Biden fault. It's gonna be real bad, but who knows? We'll see.
And also, in that sense, the announcements of these kids being saved and human trafficking, yeah, people are snapping to attention, seeing what's going on. And for me, my principal issue is the critical race theory. We recently heard from, I believe it's Christopher Rufo. He called on Donald Trump to issue an executive order eliminating critical race theory from the federal government. I agree. Absolutely. It's an overtly racist ideology. And, you know,
it's
inadvertently, it would hurt
racist
the
to point out racism. Galaxy brain take from the right.
Democrats, because the Democrats are overtly racist right now. They really are. I mean, maybe they've always been. Seriously. They were the party of the Klan and Jim Crow, and now they're open.
Okay. And what happened after that, Tim? The Southern strategy? The Civil Rights Movement? The Civil Rights Act?
Openly endorsing an extremist ideology, and their adherents are avowed racists. I can't stress that enough, man. When you see these people like Robin DiAngelo say they're racist, why would...
I'd love to ask Tim, out of the members of the KKK currently active today, what do you think the demographic makeup in terms of political party is? Do you think people who are in the KKK today are registered Democrats or Republicans? Just curious.
would we listen to them? When did we...
Didn't the head of the KKK endorse Trump in 2016?
There's nothing funny about the tools.
Obowan with 100 bits. I feel Biden's going to be holding the bubble as it bursts, and he'll end up vilified like Herbert Hoover when it was Coolidge's policies, like Trump, that caused the Great Depression. Maybe. We'll see what happens. Even so, I'd prefer a Democrat to be in office to handle recovery in that, whatever. This has been like oh God, so much of American history in the last 100 years has been Republicans destroy the economy. Democrats come in and fix it just in time for the recovery to get us back where we were, so a Republican can come in and crash it again. It's so obnoxious.
Become a country where we are like, as those of us who don't like racism need to prop up racists. It's the most insane thing I've ever seen. I don't think Trump is perfect, but I think Trump opposes this stuff, and I think it's particularly important that we support Trump in that regard. Otherwise, you will end up in a country one day with morality police, and you won't like what they...
Real police that shoot people, good. Morality police that tell police not to shoot people because racism, bad. Jesus.
That means. So when we see Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, like I mentioned early on, calling for the charges for the officers in Kenosha, you know what this means? They don't believe in English common law, the right of the individual.
Tim, people are arrested who are suspected of crimes all the time. It's how it works. My God, if someone's suspected of murder, they don't let them walk free. They get them and arrest them. What are you talking about? Devious Chillster with 25 bits. You ever think that you're afraid of morality police because you're immoral, Tim? Yeah, you think?
To have a trial. Where I mean, to be fair, they're calling for charges. But with no one...
No, this video's almost done and we'll move on. I know this has taken so much time. We've been here for 2 hours and we've only covered Tim.
Investigation? I mean, come on. That seems unreasonable. We have grand juries for a reason. If you look at what happened with many of these instances, particularly in Atlanta, when they charged this officer, just immediately when someone fired a taser at him, morality policing means they come to your home. They try and burn it down. And the cops say, well, what did you do? It means that when you say a naughty word, they show up to your house and they arrest you.
Please, Tim, tell me of any circumstance where someone's been arrested for using a word people disagree with. Please. Give me one instance that this has happened. Please.
They've decided it is easier to arrest you than it is to deal with a mob. And it's happened before, and it's starting now. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris showed their true colors with this call. And that's the most dangerous thing, in my opinion. So look, they're desperate. They're absolutely desperate. They've decided their only option is to play on Trump's turf, and I think they'll lose because of it. But they would have lost if they did nothing. Wait till you see this debate. Trump need only say, Joe Biden, your campaign staff, according to Reuters, funded the rioters. What's he going to say? Well, no, those were protesters. No, that's not true.
It is true. It is true, though, Tim. You absolute disingenuous fuck. The bail funds, which tons of people donated to, by the way, were for people who are being arrested for protesting, not people who are arrested for breaking into an auto zone or whatever. Cherry Tree Boy with 20 bits. Oh God, we're still on, Tim. We're almost over.
You can actually look at who got bailed out. Rioters. That's on Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I'll leave it there. Next segment's coming up at youtube.com/TimCastNews. It is another channel, and that'll be at 6 p.m. Thanks for hanging out. Then I will see you all then.
God, Tim's an idiot. Anyway. That's it of him for today. What's this? This is something someone sent as a cleanse.
Like I'm putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. For your life. Gay frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay friggin' frogs. Frogs. go for you.
That's funny. What next? You know what? I need this. Let's do Tate speech. Tate, who's a kickboxer, not an MMA fighter, by the way. He's only done one MMA fight. Most of his career was kickboxing. Just wanted to correct myself, because I've called him an MMA fighter in the past, when really he was mostly doing kickboxing. Anyway, he's got a video on WAP, wet ass P word. So let's see what he has to say about that. He says it's the best song in history, so luckily I don't think he's going to be rallying against it, unlike Ben Shapiro and Sargon.
Right. People are complaining. There's a new song out, WAP. I think that stands for Wet Ass Pussy. Is that what it stands for? Yeah. So, by Cardi
At least he can say the words, unlike Ben Shapiro.
B and some of the other one, the Stallion or some shit.
Beat it up, baby.
Oh, I can't listen to this if he's gonna play the actual song.
Catch a charge.
Everyone's saying they're degenerate and they're disgusting. That's what women want. WAP, is a sex manual for men. She's telling you exactly how to fuck so that women don't leave you and don't cheat on you. So if you listen to these lyrics and you're like, oh, I can't believe she said what? Oh my God, and you're offended by it. Well, then you're a little bitch. That's why you're good.
I want nothing more than to lock Ben Shapiro and Tate in a room together and say, you have 1 hour, discuss this song, and I want Tate to do nothing but belittle Ben Shapiro's masculinity. And that's awful, and that's an evil thing for me to want, but nonetheless, I want it so bad.
There's nothing funny about the tools of
MMO
capitalism.
addicted for 10 bits. Tate versus Shapiro deathmatch. Like, if Tate's gonna be have toxic masculinity, at least weaponize it against Ben Shapiro, right? It's like, how do I put this? It's like in Jurassic Park, the newer ones, right? You've created monsters, so what do? You weaponize them. You put them in the military to fight terrorists.
Capitalistic propaganda.
Demer-Gelmer. Thank you for following. I'm probably mispronouncing that, sorry.
Cheats on you, you little homo. I was listening to it going, yeah. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, obviously. Well, I was like, duh. That's what they want. That's what they've always wanted. So for once, a woman's been honest about what she wants in bed, and now all the dudes are freaking out. If you're a dude and you're freaking out about the lyrics to WAP, you're a pussy. The real G's out here are like, yeah, I know. I've known for a long fucking time. Tired of these.
Does this mean Tate eats the box? Because I'm pretty sure the song mentions that, if I remember correctly. Because it would shock me a lot if Tate actually went down on women. It doesn't seem like his wheelhouse. Maybe I'm wrong.
Girls singing. Isn't it better that women are honest than singing about shit
Swipe that nose like a credit card? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
they don't want? I want a man who cares about my feelings. If only I could meet a guy who had true meanings. I made that up myself. And dudes are out here listening, and it doesn't get me anywhere. Cardi B's come along, she's told you the truth. I can't even remember the lyrics off the top of my head. Let's read some lyrics.
Yay! Someone needs to do a supercut where it's Tate, Sargon, and Ben Shapiro all singing, do like a remix of the song with just them reading the lyrics. It would be amazing. I don't know if any other right-wing weirdos on the internet have done it, but include them too.
Let's read some lyrics. Let me confirm to you which parts are
Dave Rubin too? Yes, please. Someone make this.
true, which parts are lies. 'Cause I didn't detect any lies.
Tater Tot has a potato
go.
for a brain.
I said certified free.
Oh, God. He plays the music over it, though.
Wet and
Oh, he's not gonna... He's just gonna insert the song. Read it, you coward, on camera.
It's true. It's what they want. Beat it up, nigga. Catch a charge. Extra large and extra hard. She's so ignorant, but I like her. She's so stupid. I like Cardi B as an individual. She's exactly what you expect her to be. Cardi B is exactly what it says on the tin. She ain't fake. Cardi B is Cardi B. Now, she's obviously a moron, and she's a Democrat, and she's a leftist, and...
I don't know anything about Cardi B. I don't know. I've never heard her talk. I've never heard her talk about anything. I don't know. She's actually pretty smart. Okay. I believe you. So he's just calling her stupid because Democrat. Genius, Tate.
She's stupid. But of course she's stupid. She's a trash hoe. Of course, you can't expect to have a smart trash hoe. But at least she ain't a trash hoe pretending she ain't a trash hoe.
Tate, you understand that you're a trash hoe, right? Like, you literally, all you talk about in your videos is spending money and, like, getting laid. That makes you a trash hoe. You're a trash hoe. What don't you get?
Or at least she ain't some public school girl pretending she's a trash hoe. At least she's a trash hoe. She's a trash hoe. Beat it up, catch a charge. Let me tell you something. I will catch a charge. No problem. I don't have remorse. Girls come to me and go, yeah, beat it up. I was like, oh, yeah, okay, cool. No, I mean it. No, bitch, I mean it. I guarantee I changed the way you look at sex forever. You're going to be fucking crying. I won't cry. I bet you cry, bitch. I bet you fucking cry. Don't challenge me. You're effectively challenging me to a fight now. You're saying I wouldn't cry. You're challenging me to a fight. You're saying I can't hurt you. You're out of your fucking mind? Because it's not going to be like, oh, hurt them enough so they enjoy it. No, I'm just going to straight hurt you. I don't even have to fuck you.
Oh, God. What? Tate, what? What? Is this American Psycho? Are you like Patrick Bateman and you have like a whole like series of metal tools to like carve women up during sex?
Nothing funny about
no! What the heck? They cry because the sex is terrible. Yeah. This is, this ratcheted up, like, real quick.
Forget the sex part. That's a distraction. My dick can stay in my pants. I'll just start beating the shit out of you. How about that? We walk in the bedroom. I start kicking your ass. No sex. No sex involved. But you cry then.
What? Tate! Stop! What the heck? DV's chill shows 25 bits. I'm no longer comfortable. Same.
Yeah, you want distraction from the dick. Well, that distracts me. I'm trying to fucking fight. No, I just want to fight. Say that shit to me again. These hoes out of control. Can I say this on YouTube? Yeah, I can say this on YouTube. I've legitimately done that. Girls running their mouth. I just start beating the fuck out of them. I'm not even having sex. Legitimately done that.
Report. What do we think? So at 3 minutes 55 seconds, Tate reminisces about beating women. So here's a link for the chat. Go and report this fucker. 3 minutes 55 seconds.
Girls running their mouth. I just start beating the fuck out of them. I'm not even having sex. They love it more than ever. They like it more. The less sex you have with them, the better. She asked for it. Look.
This is the weirdest conversation that I did not expect to have. I expected to click on this and be like, ah, ha, ha, Tate talking about the Cardi B wet-ass P-word song. Ah, ha, ha. Nope, he's gonna talk about actual abuse.
You gonna do it again? Are you gonna do it like a man this time?
What do you mean like a man this time? Last time I beat you...
Pussy last time.
Like a pussy? Yeah. I beat you so bad, I've been called a woman beater all over the fucking country.
Well, to me that was like a pussy. You need to do it.
Nope.
Make a scene. I don't cook. I don't clean. But let me tell you how I got this ring. You know, she's got game. She's right. She doesn't cook. She doesn't clean. But If the sex is good, women get away with a lot
3:55 was the timestamp if you're reporting.
of shit. I mean, not with me, because I'm a real G, but with all these other pussies. So yeah, the lyrics to WAP are extremely informative. There are lessons inside of them. They're not stupid lyrics written by some trash hoe. They're actually educational. You need to watch the music video, you need to listen to the lyrics, you need to learn something. And you need to deliver. That's the key point. This is what women want, fucking deliver. If you can't deliver, then you ain't shit anyway. So when a woman challenges you on that level, what she's trying to do is she's trying to see what you're made of as a man. And what your job is, as a man, your job is to convince her to never challenge you on that level again. Every woman makes a mistake once, but they need to make sure they never do it a second time. Now, I know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna get a tirade of fucking messages.
Yeah, because you're literally advocating for beating your partner, you fucking psycho.
You're advocating to abuse women.
Yes, saying things with a sarcastic tone doesn't negate the thing you're saying.
Women. We abuse women, baby. The bitch is asking to get her ass kicked. Women ask to get fucked up. They want.
Okay.
Baby. The bitch.
5:35 also, if you want to report that timestamp too.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Here's a link, once again, if you would like to report this disgusting video. God, Tate. Tatsuyo Dragneel, I like how all three of the ones we've watched, they all misunderstand the song in completely different ways. Yeah.
Bitch is asking to get her ass kicked. Women ask to get fucked up. They want that. I'm saying if a woman asks for it, deliver. Give women what they want. I'm a nice guy. I'm not saying anything bad about women. Cardi B is giving you all a lesson, gentlemen. So when you see men crying their eyes out about the lyrics to WAP and how it's degenerate, be guaranteed these are men who can't fuck. Because men who can fuck read the lyrics and it's just like, yeah, autobiography. Duh.
Jesus, Tate. This is the worst thing you've ever put out, and that's saying a lot. Yikes. Antipodian Squid with 300 bits. I would like to give you bits in exchange for stream boss status. Well, there you go. You got it. Congrats. Tate needs to stop. What else do we have? So Elliot Hulse has a video entitled Donald Trump is Your Daddy. Let's give it a look and see what he means.
So recently I've come to the conclusion that a big part of the reason why effeminate men and feminist women hate Donald Trump is because Donald Trump is your daddy.
Or because he's awful? Because he's awful. I'm gonna go with that one. Because he has policies that hurt people, and on top of that, he has a clear disdain for anyone who isn't like him. He clearly doesn't care about the poor or people who aren't white. Like, those are things people don't like about him. Are you gonna do like a pop psychology thing where you're like, oh, you just don't like him because you have daddy issues? No, Trump's like a really bad dude. That's why I don't like him. Ugh.
In a world where fathers are weak or absent, people generally don't know how to respond to authority, respond to alpha male behavior.
If you think Donald Trump is an alpha male, what the heck is your definition of alpha male? Donald Trump can't even fire people in real life face to face. He does it on reality TV shows, but he's consistently firing people via tweet. He's like so soft that women who ask him questions he doesn't like at like press conferences, he'll just walk off the stage. The dude's a wimp. What are you talking about?
Respond to a strong father. A father who does what he says and says what he does. A father who doesn't care if you like him.
You said does what he says and says what he does. What about the wall? He said we're going to build the wall and Mexico's going to pay for it. First of all, the wall hasn't been built. And second of all, they dropped the Mexico's going to pay for it thing almost immediately.
He's going to do the right thing. Donald Trump represents that father that we never had. Now,
no. What? Oh no, Elliot. I think you're revealing a little bit too much about yourself here than you think. That's a shame.
It's no wonder because we live in a world where the father has been removed from the home. Leftist policies created a situation.
Whoa. The war on drugs is a leftist policy? What?
Where there's bonuses to kick the father out of the home. And he's either not in the home or...
So, what do you consider a leftist policy? Because what you're describing is probably something more along the lines of the war on drugs, over-policing of minority communities, and private prisons. These are all right-wing policies, you idiot!
Once again, leftist policy created a situation where fathers are in prison or following the
What are you even talking about?
media and doing what they're told by being beta blue pill bitches, just like a Homer Simpson.
There's nothing funny about the tools of
So,
capitalism.
if you have aversion to...
No, he's talking about child support and women's shelters and anti-abuse laws. No, there's no way he's talking about that.
The alpha male authority status of a man like Donald Trump, and it doesn't have to be him. It could be your boss at work. For me, it was my own daddy. I didn't recognize growing up in this blue pill beta world where I was taught mostly by women. I didn't recognize how powerful it was to have a father that was strict, was disciplined, who made me do things I didn't want to do and didn't argue or pander or negotiate with me as a younger fool.
Okay, I'm sorry if that's what you're into. Great. I don't think that's a good parenting style for most people these days, though.
Now, a lot of people out here who are much older than I was when I was 14 being rebellious against my father. The point is that when you have no father or you have a weak father, you don't know how to relate to the father. Another part of the problem that we have here is that religion has been taken out of our communist, feminist, atheist freaking world.
Communist, feminist, atheists unite! I think we can take Elliot Hulse down. I think there's enough of us. All he's got is a big broadsword back there. I think we can take him.
So when there's no father in the home and there's no father above,
Bingo.
when you see a father, sense of father, hear the thundering voice of a strong alpha male father, you just don't know how to react.
Or the things that you associate with being an alpha male are all traits that most people see as being an asshole, being inconsiderate, constantly thinking you're right and that no one can tell you you're wrong even in the face of evidence that you are, being loud, being aggressive towards people that aren't being aggressive towards you, being self-important and self-obsessed. These are things that I'd imagine you would consider alpha, when in reality, everyone else just calls them asshole. Like, that's not being an alpha, that's being a dick.
What they do typically is behave like a woman. Men who reject authority, hate...
Fellas, is it gay to not get behind a fascist authoritarian? Arcana Stamper Blackwell says, want to get some men back in the home? Legalize, regulate, and tax all drugs. Allow social workers to handle social issues instead of the police. And build a restorative justice system like they have in Norway. That'll do a lot for you. I agree. George Washington was apparently acting like a woman.
Strong men. Now, I spoke about in the previous video that women resent weak men, and at their core, they really do. So, a real feminine
Because if I trust anyone to tell me what the inner workings of a woman's mind are, it's Elliot Hulse, man who framed a mall sword and does half of his videos with his shirt off. Thank you, as comp you with a bit. It's gay to not get behind him because men F from behind.
A woman who's in her femininity will recognize the contrast, the beauty, the power of linking up with a strong man. But
do you understand that you can be, like, strong and not be an a-hole? Like, these things are mutually exclusive. If you're strong, you don't need to come off as an asshole because you're strong, right? The last thing I think when I think of Donald Trump is strong. I see compensatory narcissistic behavior. It doesn't come off to me like he's strong. It comes off to me that he has a ton of self-doubt. And instead of handling like that like a healthy human being, he compensates by constantly acting like he's the best at everything. That's not healthy or strong. It's compensating and overcompensating for your shortcomings in an unhealthy way.
Who baits after beta blue pill bitches are the type of woman that wants to push you around, slap you around, tell you what to do until she don't need you no more. So men, if you want to be a strong man, an authority, an alpha male man, look at alpha male authorities with reverence, awe. Recognize the ability to be hated by that man, but still do the right thing. And women,
apparently being an alpha male is about looking at the guy who's an asshole and sucking his dick. That's being an alpha male. That guy sure is loud and obnoxious. I'm gonna do whatever he says. Alpha. Okay, seems a little contradictory, but do you?
if you hate an authority, you hate alpha males, you hate Donald Trump.
Is this guy an incel grifter? I don't know about incel. He's married. Like, he's not like incel or MGTOW. He's just like a weird right-winger who talks about alpha males all the time.
Recognize that you are not in your feminine. You are trying to compete with what's masculine. And when there's no contrast, there's no polar...
Elliot would never do anything that's not masculine. He goes to the gym and hangs out with a bunch of other shirtless dudes while he hangs out. That's never been considered a non-masculine activity, right, fellas?
Polarity. There's no good life for you, your womb, your children, or your family. Alpha male leaders have always been the powerful leaders. Alpha male men have always been the strong leaders.
No?
Alpha male men have always been the ones that take weak times.
I would love to find out a list of world leaders from history that he thinks are alpha males.
Hard times, fucked up, degenerate, backwards, decadent times. Like the
Kinda sounds like he's trying to describe Adolf Hitler, but alright.
The times we're living in right now, and made them good again.
There's nothing funny about
Devious Chillster with 25 bits. Alpha male men are always the ones who fall for the dumb idea of alpha males that has been debunked by the original person who made the study about alphas. Yep.
Be an alpha male in a fucked up, weak world. Turn this, what was once easy times, good times, that are now bad times, into good times by being a strong man and respecting authority. Done.
There's nothing more alpha than to bending down and prostrating yourself to the authority in front of you. So alpha. Does he even hear himself? I don't know. Okay, that's enough Elliot for today. What else we got? We have Liberty Hangout, Poop Girl, with a video on the Dems' new agenda. Looks like she's going to talk about it in a pool, like a James Bond villain or something. So let's see what this is.
If you thought the Democrats trying to take your guns was scary, wait until you find out what they're trying to do now. They want to make it...
You guys have been harping on the Democrats trying to take your guns for like 50 years, and it's never happened. Are people on the right ever going to realize it's not happening? The guns aren't going to get taken. They just aren't.
Illegal for you to even defend your life. So we know for at least the last decade that the Democrats have not been shy about wanting to tell you they're going to take your guns. They're going to take your assault rifles. They're going to take your assault weapons.
Yeah, because you don't necessarily need them. And I understand that the term like assault rifle, assault weapon is incredibly vague and it doesn't necessarily mean anything. The way I understand it to typically mean, basically when people are talking about assault rifles or assault weapons, what they really mean is a semi-automatic rifle that you can carry a lot of rounds in without reloading and can get off a lot of rounds easily. And then there's stuff like bump stocks that are going to allow you to get a lot of rounds off without having to compensate for the recoil, so you can like fire very, very quickly. Things that you shouldn't have to do typically in a home defense situation or in hunting, right? I'm fine with guns. I've talked about on this stream, talking about maybe getting a gun someday for protection because I'm trans, and the trans murder rate is incredibly high compared to the general population. I don't inherently have a problem with guns. However, it's pretty reasonable to put certain restrictions on certain kinds of guns or certain accessories for guns that make it much easier to do basically one thing, and that's to go into a crowd and shoot a bunch of people really quick. Like, if you're using your gun for protection or you're using it for, like, hunting, it doesn't need the same things as a gun that you would use to go in and, like, mow people down, right? In the scenario where someone is breaking into your house, a handgun is going to do just as well as a big rifle, right? You don't need this. This is like you compensating for having a tiny dick or something. Just get a gun for protection. Use it responsibly. Don't constantly fantasize about using it. Use it as a last resort. I don't understand the fetishization of guns in this country. It's so bizarre.
No, those don't even exist. But what they don't want to tell you outright just yet is that they want to make it illegal.
MMO addicted with 10 bits, but Hannah, what if a swarm of 50 to 200 feral hogs besieges my McMansion? Well, then I guess you're just screwed. I don't know.
For you to even defend yourself.
It would depend upon the situation. I'm not really in favor of stand your ground laws, right? I think that if you are able to safely retreat from a situation, you should do so. You can disagree with me, that's fine. That's just how I feel about it. If you can safely retreat from a situation where someone is threatening you or robbing you, you should do so. Because I don't care if the person's robbing your house and wants to steal your 70-inch flat-screen TV. Even if that person's a scumbag, shooting them in the face is not cool. It just isn't. Call the cops. Have them arrest the person. Maybe they'll get away. I don't know. But that's why you have insurance, so you can get a new TV or whatever they happen to be stealing from your house. Like, a person's life, even if they're someone who's doing something bad, is not inherently less valuable than the things that they are taking from your home just because they're doing a bad thing.
And the reason they're going this route is because they know they are not going to be able to take your guns because you guys will not allow that to happen. Now, there's something that happened last week in a place that starts with a K that involved a young teenager, but I cannot say either of those names here on social media or else this video will be taken down. What?
I don't know if it'll be taken down, but it might be demonetized. YouTube does that with a lot of current events news things, because people don't want advertisements on controversial videos. Like, I'm sure Caitlyn's take on that particular event is gonna be real yikesy, and no one wants their ad for Coke or whatever to play before Caitlyn talking about how she thinks it's okay for someone to shoot people. Like, it's really messed up.
What we are seeing with the Democratic response to this person defending themselves is that because they weren't able to disarm him and keep guns out from his hands, they want to make him an example of what will happen if you have to ever defend your life from a violent, radical leftist. Because
he wasn't defending himself. He literally drove in from out of state with a gun. You can't say, I was standing my ground when you come for a fight. What are you talking about? Didn't he already shoot someone and that was why they were chasing him? Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
They know that they are so incredibly violent, they don't want you to think that you can defend yourselves against them. We see what they're doing in the streets. We know what they're capable of. And how dare you ever stop them in their path of destruction for this country. And we know this is what they want to do. If you guys remember the St. Louis couple just last month that had to come out and deter violence from happening in front of their home, in their community, and even possibly on their property. They accosted.
Dude, people were cutting through their yard and they freaked out. That's why it became a meme. Salem police seem to be acting better than Portland police. They stopped a Proud Boys rush and ordered them to drop weapons. Good. Her faux outrage infuriates me. Oh yeah. She concern trolls all the time. It's really annoying. Why did you have to be in the pool for this? I have no idea.
Them. How dare they do that? How dare they make sure they were safe? And they were charged with a whole lot of bogus crimes. As you guys can tell, I am being very modest about what I believe in this situation. The fact that I'm not even saying any names or locations should tell you how worried I am about censorship. And if you guys are just as worried as I am, go to libertyhangout.tv right now where you can actually see my uncensored, unfiltered opinions about this situation. And I'm going to keep updating you guys about what I
It's an ad for her website.
think every step of the way. But I can only do that there at libertyhangout.tv.
Caitlyn Bennett, uncensored. That's an interesting way to word that. Is there scat porn? That seems like the thing that she should get into. I think that picture of her pooping her pants was probably the most popular internet thing she's ever been a part of.
I don't need to tell you guys, but maybe you guys can share this video around so other people know. Joe and Kamala have already promised to have some sort of assault weapons ban or some type of ban on your weapons that you use for self-defense in your home. Spread the word. Make sure they know this is happening. I don't know if you guys...
She was in like a skirt or a dress or something. I don't remember. It's been a while since I've seen it, and I certainly can't show you guys it on Twitch. But for those of you who don't know, Caitlyn was at a party and got super drunk and passed out and had just the biggest turd come out of her, and it was hilarious. So check it out. You can find it on the internet somewhere.
Get the same point of view that I do, that I feel like the media and the Democrats are trying to make you guys feel guilty for wanting to defend yourselves. They're trying to make it to where you don't even guess, you don't even think about wanting.
Yes, please feel guilty about crossing state lines with an illegal firearm so you can murder protesters. If you want to call that defense, yes, feel guilty about it, please.
To defend yourself so that when they come to your door to hurt you and hurt your family or your friends, you won't...
You know, those roving mobs of leftists who are going to break into your house. What?
Even think about defending them because they want to make you scared to do so. They want to make you second guess how important your life is to not only yourself but your family. They want to leave you second guessing if you should be able to defend yourself while they run around to the cities, go into the suburbs and destroy people's livelihood, and while they target Trump supporters blatantly out in the middle of the street. On the flip side though,
he shot 2 people, lady. Are you serious?
And the reason I love wearing this hat to support our president is because President Trump came out and spoke about the situation that I cannot say, and he said it looked like self-defense to him. The fact that we have a...
And as we all know, Donald Trump, astute person that he is always honest. Remember that time neo-Nazis hit Heather Heyer with a car and killed her, and then Donald Trump was like, they're very fine people on both sides. That was fun.
President who is willing to stand up for this guy that's getting just destroyed in the media, getting lied about, and had to defend himself. That should make you so proud. And with that, I will remind you guys, stop being scared to support our president. Put on your red caps, put on your Trump shirt, and you can get those at CaitlinBennett.org. It supports my work, and it also supports President Trump, because we have to get his message out there. Or you can go to patreon.com/CaitlinBennett as well. I'm going to be going to a lot of the Trump rallies that are coming up, and I'm so excited to see you guys. The only way I can do that and bring my security to stay safe is if you guys donate to patreon.com/CaitlinBennett. Go to Liberty.
I like that Caitlin's all about, like, get guns to defend yourself and also pay me so I can have private security escort me, because a gun apparently isn't enough to defend me. Hold on, let me switch something. Where is it? Okay, so the link in chat, which I'm not going to show on screen for obvious reasons, the one that Wind Chanter posted, has the photo of her after she pooped her pants. Please click on it so we can discuss it. Let me know when you guys click so I can move on and we can talk about it briefly. Okay, so let's take a look at the poop girl picture. Now, I just want to say, Caitlin, what the heck are you eating, girl? Because, my goodness, it's like her diet that day was like, I'm gonna eat 5 steaks before I go. Hey, I'm not showing it. It's not TOS. I'm not showing it. I'm just talking about the photo. Yes, that's real. That's why people call her Poop Girl. Anyway, it's like, it's not photoshopped. It's real. How much red meat is this woman eating that's the volume of poop that is coming out of her? Like, it's honestly bonkers. Anyway. Moving on. Here's Abby Shapiro, Ben Shapiro's sister, talking about how being conservative in America matters. What annoys me the most about Ben and Abby Shapiro is that they were born rich. Their parents are like in some industry. I don't remember if it's like film or something like that. Their parents are rich. Like, Abby is like a classically trained, oh God, is it an opera singer or something? Or a cellist? I don't remember. Like a rich people hobby, you know? The kind of thing that you learn when you're rich and mommy and daddy have a ton of money to pay for you to go do things. And they just have no idea. I genuinely think Ben and Abby Shapiro think they grew up with normal lives. I don't think they realize that they are rich. And that's really messed up. So let's see what she has to say about this.
Why do we believe in
the like to dislike ratio? Yeah. Oh, here's the video link, by the way, in case you want to voice your opinion via like or dislike. Once we watch the video, of course.
conservatism? Why do we stand up for the American way? Why do we espouse traditional values even while those around us fight to dispute the most fundamental truths? Why? Because being conservative matters. Being conservative today is not an easy path. You will be faced with every kind of hatred, from minor insults of your intelligence to the doxing of your private information to rioting and violence. You will be labeled a million different things.
Why won't people let us allow cops to shoot minorities anymore? Wham!
That have nothing to do with your true beliefs. You will be afraid of being an outcast in a culture that doesn't want to hear about morality or truth. But
Wipes tears with money.
America needs conservatives. America needs conservatives to keep alive what this country stands for, what this country was built on, and the principles that make this country great, even as the mob and the elites will try to tell you that America has no right to exist at all. America needs conservatives to fight for freedom.
Fight for freedom. As long as you're a rich white person, you'll have the most freedom.
Not as defined by shallow and sinister modern theories, but as
shallow and sinister modern theories? Like not shooting minorities? Is that a shallow modern theory? Maybe be more specific. If you're so proud of being a conservative, why don't you say what you mean instead of dog whistling? Jesus.
Developed by our heritage. America needs conservatives to keep the record straight on our history, to stop those who would rewrite it for their own.
I get upset when people rightfully call Christopher Columbus a rapist and a slaver, so I'm gonna allow right-wingers to take over the government. Hooray!
Own benefit. America needs conservatives to fight for everyone's right to free speech. Because there is no truth when one party can declare its propaganda as fact. America needs conservatives.
No one's fighting your right to free speech, Abby, you stupid bitch. Do you know what your First Amendment right is? No one has been forced by the government to stop speaking.
To return us to the idea of family so that this nation...
Abby, no one's saying you can't have a family. It seems to me that when you say restoring the idea of family, what you mean is, I don't like that families don't look like what I want them to look like. Look at all these interracial marriages. Look at these marriages between same-sex couples. Me no likey. Say what you mean, you coward.
Nation's children have the privilege of a mother and father within the home. America...
Oh, so we should stop the war on drugs then and stop for-profit prisons? Because that would help, right? Yeah, I'm obnoxiously eating chips during this because I have so little respect for Abby. My greasy liberal face. Sour cream and onion is delicious.
America needs conservatives to preach the American dream as a beacon of hope.
Just be like me. Get a loan from your parents to become a classically trained cellist or whatever. Why don't you just pull yourself up by your bootstraps? And by bootstraps, I mean a small loan of $1 million from your parents. Hey, libs, why don't you just have your parents pay for you to go to college? Haha, silly. Rich people don't understand that poor people exist or that most people can't afford the things they afford. They really don't get it, do they? It's like to them, poor people are this thing in movies. They don't realize that, like, the vast majority of people... And this is a thing, too, I've noticed, like, in movies and TV shows that are obviously written by people who probably have family who's already in the industry, so they probably grew up pretty well off. But look at, like, a movie like, I don't know, Forgetting Sarah Marshall. This is just one example, but there's tons of examples in this. There are tons of movies and TV shows where a thing will happen, and then because of that unexpected thing, the main character will go on some big expensive trip. But there's no scene that explains how they pay for it or anything. So in, like, Forgetting Sarah Marshall, the main character's girlfriend breaks up with him. And then to make himself feel better, he pays to go to Hawaii, just, like, at a whim. Like, It's like the writer doesn't realize that 90% of the American public cannot just decide one day, like, oh, I'm sad, I better go on a Hawaiian vacation to make myself feel better. So they don't feel the need to explain it, you know? It's just mind-boggling. And this happens in all sorts of media, you know?
Available to all who would reach for it. Conservatism is vital to America. Building on our past, repairing our present, and ensuring our future. Being conservative matters. And in the absence of a real-life Superman, we are the warriors of truth, justice,
oh, fucking gross. Superman, of all people, would not agree with conservatives, especially not modern-day conservatism, you sick lady. My God. Superman's an illegal alien, Abby. Do you know that? Do you know that Superman is a literal illegal alien who was brought in by people who adopted him? Superman would be considered a horrid leftist. Yes, he would. Yes, he would.
In the American way. Thank you so much for watching today's video. Please subscribe to my channel and...
Oh, what are the comments on this like? You are not oppressed. Yup. How many straw mans? It's a whole scarecrow. It's the dramatic music for me. Chooses stop seeing this ad. Chooses repetitive. YouTube. J. Jonah Jameson laugh. Gross. Classically, Abby is gross. How long have we been going? 2 hours, 48 minutes? We can go a little bit longer. Okay. Let's watch this guy's video on what he calls thought uniforms, weaponizing men's insecurities. So this guy's an incel. And he promotes, like, red pill stuff. So let's see what he has to say, shall we?
So the other day I saw this video. I actually made a whole video response to it, but I decided it might be better to just do this. So this woman, I actually saw a clip on Reddit. Excuse me. And some people were going, yes, Queen Slay, or whatever nonsense. I think I saw it on Female Dating Strategies. I saw it somewhere. And this young lady was answering the question.
Female Dating Strategies is an awful subreddit full of really, really toxic people. So, interesting that he cherry picks from there to talk about women, huh?
No, I'm sorry. To tell the true story, I think I just got drunk somehow, and I'm not even drinking. This is V8 Splash. I don't know what happened to me there. So, this is some Instagram influencer. I don't really remember her name. Don't really care. She received a question in one of her Q&As, and you know what? I'm just gonna play the clip.
My boyfriend doesn't like the way that I dress. He says it's too revealing. What should I do?
So there you go. You have it now. You have the context. This is her response.
Oh God. I'm probably not the best person to ask this because I'm very passionate about this, okay? So being in a relationship with someone does not mean that you own them. You are allowed to be your own person in a relationship. You're allowed to dress the way that you want. You're allowed to, you know, do your hair, do your makeup, do whatever you want.
Yeah, pretty much. If your partner doesn't like the way you dress, that's on them. That's not on you. You can't force people to dress a certain way. You don't own that person.
The way that you want to. And this whole, my boyfriend won't allow me to wear this because it's too revealing, honestly just screams insecurity to me. Me going out like this while my nice little boobies are showing is not disrespecting you in any way. This is my body.
Yeah, I agree. Same thing. And the same thing would be true in the opposite. Let's say you're a dude who works on how they look. You work out, you hit the gym occasionally. Hopefully you're not someone like, what's his name? Elliot Hulse, who's like a dick about it. But like, you keep in shape, you know? Let's say your girlfriend was like, hey, can you stop wearing those shirts that show off, like, your body or whatever? Because I'm very concerned that a woman's gonna want to steal you because you're showing off your nice body. That would be ridiculous, right? You don't get to dictate what the person you're with wears, right? If you're insecure about something or insecure about your relationship to the extent that you think that what that person is wearing is going to lead to them leaving you, then you have issues you need to deal with. That's a you problem.
It does not always need to be sexual. This is just anatomy. I cannot take my boobs off before I go to, the mall.
Devious Chillster with 25 bits. Jesus Christ, if I fell in love with my current partner partially because of how she dresses, this is wild.
And I shouldn't have to hide myself because you are either insecure about other guys seeing me or you think that this is going to attract other men.
Right. Like this lady right here is just wearing like a tank top. She's got, I love her tattoos, by the way. But like, she's wearing a tank top. This is like a normal shirt. But I feel like someone like this guy is going to be like, look at her, showing her tatas or whatever ridiculous thing. Like, dude, nothing will be enough for you. So you need to deal with your issue, okay? People wear tank tops, especially if it's hot out or if it just makes them comfortable. You can't be like, I don't like that you wear tank tops. Why don't you wear hoodies all the time, even when it's 90 degrees?
Like, if you are in a confident and strong relationship and you trust that person, then you should not worry. I should be able to go out naked and you should still trust me that I will be faithful to you. So yeah, this whole my boyfriend won't let me wear this just doesn't fly with me because I'm like, your boyfriend does not own you. A strong and, confident man will recognize that and he won't be intimidated by that. Oh, that one just gets me heated.
Now, this response bothers me just a wee bit for two reasons.
Why does he keep, almost trying to do an accent sometimes? Why is he doing that?
Okay. Now, reason number one is the actual query in question, okay? And that is, a woman is in a relationship, and she decides that she wishes to dress in revealing clothing and revealing attire. Now, I'm pretty sure a lot of us kind of have an understanding of what's probably appropriate, what's probably reasonably, showing off your skin. Of course, in hotter climates and more humid climates like in Florida, you'll probably see short shorts a little bit more often. Ironically, I don't really see short shorts very often here in Florida, but I mean, I'm just also not near the beach area either.
Anytime I've gone to Florida, and I've been to Florida a lot of times in my life. I've been to Florida probably 8-9 times. I don't know. My grandparents lived there, and I went to see them every summer. So I've been there a lot. People wear short shorts a lot. People wear shorts. They wear tank tops because it's really hot and humid a lot of the time. What?
I just don't really see that. We all seem to be pretty...
Cherry Tree Boy with 40 bits. I mean, Hannah, I always wear sweatshirts because I have dysphoria. Yeah. I get that. But
adapted to the climate, so we just kind of wear whatever we want. It's not... We're not normally bare chested, right? Unless we're exercising or something. So, I mean, revealing clothing, my point in saying all that might be relative to the person. I don't know. But, I think we all have some kind of grasp on what we mean, is my ultimate point. That we kind of understand, there's a little bit of just kind of a little bit too much sometimes from a young lady, if she's in a relationship. Now,
no! It's none of your business! Why do you think you get to dictate this to anyone?
Now, women probably don't really understand this perspective from males because women are narrowly attracted to men. Women, women for the most part are very solipsistic in general.
What? Women are solipsistic. That's the weirdest sexist worldview I've ever heard. Solipsism, for those of you who don't know, is a worldview, a philosophical view that because the only experience you have is your own cognition, and you can't prove the cognition of others, that the only cognition that actually exists is yourself. And everything else is just happening inside your own head, right? Basically, it's a positing that no one else actually exists. They're all part of a fantasy that you've created. It's basically philosophical suicide. It's insane. It doesn't make any sense. And he's claiming this about women. He's claiming, all women are somehow partially solipsistic. What? In what way? You need to expound on that bag of crazy before you move on. roundabout way of explaining they're selfish, but that's like a different thing, right? Like, if you think women are selfish, that's also effed up. But, like, then just say that. Solipsism is not, like, an exaggerated word for selfish. It literally means you think the people around you aren't people. Like, that's a completely different level.
They also think that men think like them, okay? They don't recognize just how different males are. Like, and males, and like females have a very
females and males
narrow and specific attraction to men, okay? Like, if a girl likes basketball players, that's it, nigga. Like, you gotta play basketball. That's it. If you play football.
What? No. Like men, everyone is different, right? Women are just other human beings. So different women are gonna be into different, like, body types, personality types, just like dudes are gonna be into different, like, personality types and body types and all sorts of different factors that go into what you find attractive. What is this idea that, like, women operate like a Fisher-Price playset? Like, I like the ones that play basketball. I like the basketball players. Well, I like the firefighters. Like, what? Women are apparently only attracted to, like, one genre of man.
Football, it be what it be. Men, we don't operate like that. You can be a maid. You can be an accountant. You can be a doctor. You can be a teacher. The bottom line is, you're a woman. Like, that's it. Like, when you hit that.
If your standards are so low, dude, why are you still single? Like, no offense, but again, you've talked about this before. You're single, and any relationship you've been in hasn't lasted long enough to get physical. If your standards are that low, you should be rolling in it, right? But you're not. So what's going on, bud?
Bare minimum, well, you know what I'm saying? So, like, our attraction to women is very broad and it's very general. If you're just not that fat, hell, you can straight up be very fat. You're going to find someone that wants you as a woman. You can be fat and...
Okay, and I would argue pretty much no matter what you are as a man, as long as you're not a complete asshole, even if you are an asshole, you can probably find someone who will date you, right? Like, the same thing would apply equally to both groups of people. What?
And be a wonderful human being to be around, and then just work on losing weight, and then you'll just be fantastic, and you're just having your pick of the litter usually, right? Like, that's what you get as a woman, right? And women don't recognize that males we like them as the end. We like them. So, like, for some reason, because they're so solipsistic, women don't recognize that when they dress in a revealing way, we already like you.
It's not for you! How many times has this been explained? Like, if a woman is out there in Florida wearing short shorts, it's not necessarily because she wants you to find her attractive. It's because it's hot out, you idiot! How hard is this to explain? It's like, does this guy... if we're going to talk about solipsism or being self-centered and not being able to see other people's worldviews, does this guy spend all his time trying to cater himself to what he thinks women will find attractive, therefore he thinks women do the same? Like, what?
Getting close to naked is just gonna, send us into overdrive. You could be a nun. We already like you. But now, you're showing the cuff of your butt cheeks. What, you think we're not gonna... as a woman, I don't understand how your brain doesn't pick this up. Like, how do you make this complaint? There's no way you don't understand this, ladies. There's no way... You can't not understand this. You know what I'm saying? You can't be that ignorant. You just can't.
This dude's gross.
Can't be. You can't be. You have to know what you're doing. And this is what leads me to this point right here. If you're a woman, and you're in a relationship, man, you're dressing in a revealing way, you're posting hot pictures on Instagram, you're doing all this stuff, you're doing all this stuff, you know what you're doing. Fam, what's your motivation? And I don't ask this facetiously, I don't ask this sarcastically, but
if they're wearing, like, short shorts, it's hot out, and they want to stay cool. That's the motivation, idiot.
Asking all sincerity, what's your motivation?
Or they like how they look. They like how they look. Either or, maybe both. Who cares? Regardless of the reason someone has for wearing something, it doesn't automatically mean it's for you. You should see what the Proud Boy speakers are saying. It's effed up. Let's see.
But I think these Democratic leaders who allowed this to happen need to be shot dead in the street.
Yikes.
And you don't know you're bringing in the New World Order, do you?
Yikerinos.
What's motivating you to do all this stuff? I just explained here in Florida, we don't have to dress in super hot pants. We're adapted to the heat, so you're...
What? No. What? Dude, again, I've been to Florida. It's hot. It's humid. People wear clothes that allow them to stay cool. Talk about solipsism. I'm sure it's been explained to you and you still refuse to accept the answer. You can't just adapt yourself to your environment, right? There's a certain amount of that. Like, let's say I'm here. I'm from Michigan. So let's say it's like, excuse me. Let's say it's like really cold here in Michigan. It's fall or it's winter. And then I go down to Florida and it's hot. It's going to feel really hot to me, even though to them it's a cooler part of the year. Because I'm used to the cold, but after a couple weeks I'll get used to it. That's not really adapting to the heat as much as it is being used to one thing and then getting used to something else. But even so, there are limits. Hot is hot. When it's hot outside, people still want to wear shorts and tank tops. Or if, like, I don't understand what this idea is that you think people just get used to heat to the extent that they don't need to wear shorts. Bumble Homestead. There's a person with a Trump flag and a Q bumper sticker in our neighborhood. I've advised our children not to walk near that house. Yeah, definitely a good idea. Yikes.
Definitely not doing it because you're hot. Come on, let's be fair. Let's be real. Seriously? You're probably not that hot. You're probably not that physically hot.
Dude, stop. It's not for you. What do you not understand? The accusations of solipsism are hilarious coming from him. Like, dude, you're assuming everything in the world is done for you. You don't get to call people solipsistic when you're behaving this way.
Temperature probably isn't all that much to a boiling point. Really, it isn't. And honestly, if it is that hot, you probably just go inside and look in the AC. You're not dressing in revealing clothing because it's hot. I used to see women say that shit all the time in the past when I did video responses to feminists. Oh, because it's hot outside, so I'm wearing some shorts. No, nigga, get that mess out of here, dude.
Okay, so you just don't like the answer that is accurate, so you're gonna laugh at it. That's not a rebuttal. That's not a rebuttal! Not everyone has AC either, you dick.
Like, we know what it is, man. Like,
no, you don't! Like, dude, I hate it so much that this guy, like, talks as if he's, like, an authority on women. And, like, he's mentioned before, and let me be clear, there's nothing wrong with being a virgin. I don't even think it matters. It's a useless term, right? It's literally... Like, we don't call someone who's never gone on a 3-mile run something, right? We don't call people... It's an arbitrary guideline. But this is a guy who's never been with a woman physically. He's never been in a close enough relationship where that's been a factor. Yet he thinks he's this, like, galaxy brain chess player that understands the motivation of women. It's absolutely bonkers. Hello, Jimmy. Welcome to the stream.
Like, we know what it is, and you all know what it is. You want male attention. That's why men are bothered by it. Because even if you're a woman and you're not putting this together, let me be that. Let me be that liaison, then. I'll be your liaison here to the male experience.
No. I'd imagine there are a lot of men in chat who are not going to enjoy you being the spokesperson for men. this guy is handsome enough that he could get laid if he had a decent personality. Yeah, that's what I don't get either. I don't think he understands. Like, this guy, if he, I think he could go for like a fresh cut and maybe trim the beard so it's a little less scraggly, and he'd be like an above average looking dude. There's nothing wrong with this guy. It's just his personality. He's just awful and thinks really, really poorly of women. Why does anyone have to be our spokesperson? I agree. I think it's stupid when anyone tries to speak for, like, all men or all women or all anything. It's really, really dumb.
When we see women in tight, revealing clothing, we think it's an invitation. So
it's not. So stop it.
Sorry, ladies. Sorry. If you don't mean...
Yes, apologize and then change your behavior, you asshole. Like, you don't get to be like, sorry, women, I take the clothes you wear as an invitation. Like, yes, don't be sarcastic about your apology. Apologize and change your behavior, shitbag. Seriously? Like, how selfish do you have to be in order to be like, I view women as objects, and if they don't like it, they better change their behavior. Like, how about you change your behavior, douchebag? That's why you can't get with anyone, because you're an asshole, not because of the way you look.
For it to be an invitation, don't wear it. I don't know what else to tell you, but our brains interpret it as an invitation that you want some male attention. Listen.
No, it isn't. For everyone in the chat, this dude, obviously people in the chat are like, no, we don't. This guy speaks for himself and no one else. I don't think that, I don't think that poorly of men that I think what he is saying is true about men. Saying anything is true about all men or all women is incredibly stupid.
Listen, you're already gonna get male attention by the mere virtue of your existence. Listen, I didn't make the game, okay? I didn't make the game. I just misinterpreted it terribly. The rules. I'm just a player, okay? Take this one up.
You're a player in Monopoly who's on round 30 and you haven't even passed go and collected $200. Kind of a weird thing to call yourself. I'm a player, are you? Are you?
With the Lord. Talk to the Lord about this one. Because I can't help you on this one. But there just really honestly ain't much we can really do about our default programming. Excuse me. I'm sorry, but I'm also not sorry. Because I didn't have anything to do with it. I was just born this way. And if you accept... And this is something
I have shitty behavior and I refuse to correct it. So sorry, not sorry. Fuck you? What do you want people to say to that? If you recognize that you have bad behavior, then why are you going to say, I recognize I have this bad behavior, but I'm not going to do anything about it. Nah, 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 nah. Okay? Don't expect people to want to engage with you then in any way. Weird.
Let me make this point here, too. This is a real poignant point. If we are supposed to accept that homosexuals are just born that way, and they just like other homosexuals, and we have all these parades and parties for them, right? Why can't we just accept that men are attracted to women in revealing clothing? Why are we...
The false equivocation is mind-blowing. No one is saying that you can't find people attractive. What is wrong is you saying you consider it an invitation, you absolute dunce. You do not get to say, oh, someone's wearing clothes I find attractive. It's an invitation. That's how that works. You don't get to say, I like something, therefore it's an invitation. It's not the case. People find all sorts of things attractive, right? Like, a lot of women find men in suits attractive. That doesn't mean those men are inviting women to come and hit on them. Of course, this guy's gonna be like, well, maybe they do. All men want to be hit on. Like, okay, dude, that's not what I'm talking about. I am saying that if you are attracted to someone, It is not an automatic invitation to come up and harass them. Period. Wind Chanter with 2 bits. We can take solace in the fact he's unlikely to reproduce, I suppose.
Deviance for that. I don't understand.
Like, for instance, like I'm bisexual, right? So I find certain people attractive based on a variety of factors. But, like, if you see someone in public who you find attractive, whether it's because of their personality, or if it's because, like, you just find them physically attractive, or whatever it might be, like, I'm an adult, so I recognize that's not an automatic invitation for me to go harass that person, or whatever. Not to mention I'm in a relationship with someone I love already, so that's not a factor for me. But, like, regardless of who you are, everyone in society is around other people. You're going to find some of those people attractive, whether it's because of what they're wearing, or whether it's because of who they are, or, like, their body, or their personality, or their mind, whatever. Variety of factors. It doesn't mean it's an invitation for you to go up and, like, be gross. What do you not understand about that? Long sock with a bit. But he would change his tune if someone started talking about if he is wearing gray sweatpants, he's asking for men to come hit on him. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I could say the same thing to this dude and be like, hey, what if there was someone out there, like, he was just talking about, like, gay men, as an example. And weirdly, he described gay men as men who are attracted to other gay men, which is weird because I know I've heard gay men talk about being attracted to straight men, right? You know what I mean? Like, it's not like their brain goes, oh, I'd be attracted to that person, but that one's a straight. So let's say a gay man went up to this guy and was like, oh, I like what you're wearing. Nice invitation. He'd rightfully be indignant and think like, hey, man, that's not cool. Like, just because you're attracted to what I have to wear doesn't make it an invitation for you to come and hit on me. Would it click in his head? Would he be like, oh, this is also like what I'm talking about women? Very, very, really, just very frustrating. Ugh, dry throat.
Why are straight males deviants for that?
No one's saying you're a deviant for finding people attractive. Everyone finds a bunch of people attractive. That's fine. That's part of, like, healthy adult sexuality. You're gonna see people in public occasionally that you're like, oh, yeah, I find that person attractive. I don't know if you're gonna, like, cognitively think about it like that, but you'll be aware of it, right? And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, inherently. What's wrong is then taking that to say, I'm attracted to that person, therefore this is an invitation for my attention. It's not. That's the part that's the problem.
But homosexuals are protected and have their pride praise. Like, help me understand this one. Okay? I just want to know. I just want some understanding for that. Okay? So now that we've gotten that one out of the way,
why does he keep he's like doing an accent every once in a while? Is it just he thinks it's funny? I'm very confused.
Let's zone it back into this one. So you're a woman, and you're in a relationship, and you're dressing in revealing clothing, and your boyfriend is uncomfortable by that. Honestly, the correct answer is to just wear clothes that aren't so revealing. That's it.
No, it's not. Because if that person is so uncomfortable that your clothing is making them insecure, then no amount of changing your clothes is going to make them secure all of a sudden. It just isn't. That person's going to be uncomfortable no matter what, or they'll come up with something else. Not a healthy relationship. Big red flag. Probably tell them, no, like, this is not your business to tell me what to wear, and maybe use that as a warning, or if you just want to, just end it right there. That's fine.
Just dress modestly. Like, you won. You have him. You have a boyfriend. You don't need any more male attention.
It's not for male attention, you absolute dimwit. Like, what do you not understand? It's not for you!
Like, my question really is, honestly, what is motivating you you continue to dress in a revealing way. And I know what a lot of ladies will say. Lots of ladies will say, listen, you cannot control me, okay?
Yes. Everything else aside, even moving aside the fact that you telling your girlfriend what you think she should wear that's appropriate, aside the fact that that's completely based on your own insecurities and your weird conception that what women wear is specifically to attract the attention of men, all that aside, even if it were that, which it isn't, you would not have the right to tell that person what to wear. You just don't. You don't have the right to tell an adult person what to wear.
You can't control me. You can't tell me what to do. It's my body. I can wear whatever I want, and that's true.
What is with these people on the right and always doing like, I'll say your criticism, but I'll say it in a silly voice, and that means I win. That's not how that works. If you're going to criticize what someone is saying, then you need to criticize it, not just do a silly voice.
And that's true. You can. You can wear whatever you want. It's totally, you're not wrong. What you have to understand, this is a very important lesson, okay? That with great power, there must also come great responsibility.
Stanley would not respect what you have to say, using his fucking quotes to push your gross incel agenda.
And I know that sounds like it doesn't make any sense, but let me just scale it down for you. Just because you can do something doesn't mean that you should. Yes, you can do it. There's nothing physically stopping you. But with the understanding that you are going to be attracting more male attention and suitors.
It's not women's job to coddle your ego. Be an adult. My goodness. Ask Compu with a bit. He's not Spider-Man. He's Chudder-Man. Some fresh Brie Larson. Oh no. Did Jeremy do... Brie Larson turned down Marvel and Disney begged her to play Captain Marvel? That's funny. Again, I don't know if this is true. This might be from... Again, I don't know if he's citing... Who is he citing with this? Oh, Sci-Fi Wire. Maybe then. Oh, okay. Brie Larson talks turning down Captain Marvel twice, auditioning for Thor and Iron Man 2. Okay. Interesting. Maybe we'll watch it. If not, we'll watch it on Friday.
And you already have a boyfriend. Then the reasonable thing to do is to just not do it. That's it. Unless your desire for male attention and your following on Instagram is that strong.
Or, how about this? Male attention, it's not their job to police it. If you find someone attractive, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not on that person to dress in such a way as to not make you look at them. Like, if you find women wearing short shorts to be something you just can't look away from, first of all, you have impulse issues, and you should probably get that checked out. But secondly, that's not on that person, right? Right? You just looking at them, whatever, kind of creepy. I mean, not just normal look. I mean, everyone sees each other in public. But if you're, like, ogling that person, creepy, but that's your issue, not theirs. I think one time Jesus was asked something about women dressing a certain way that drew men's attention. And they were like, what if a man's eye wanders because of a woman wearing certain clothing? And Jesus said something along the lines of, then you poke out his eye. And they're like, oh, what, Jesus? And he goes, did I stutter? Verbatim. This is how Jesus talked. Fun fact. But that's like how I feel about this. Like, if someone is wearing something that you can't look away from, then that's a you problem. That's not a them problem.
Just don't do it. That's it. It's not asking you to jump through fire and flame. It's just asking you to wear clothes that are less revealing, that aren't super hot, that aren't showing your butt cheeks off. You know? That's it. That's it. That's... Is that, were we asking for too much? Apparently we are. We're asking you for too much for you to wear clothing that fit.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
but
fake accent makes me so uncomfortable for some reason.
Asking too much for us to be tall men. I'm just, I always gotta stick up for my short brethren. I always have to. Because I love them. So anyhow, let's move on to point number 2.
Baja Blast says, dude, maybe I want to show off my effing butt cheeks. You do it, Baja Blast. Baja Blast, for those of you who don't know, is my girlfriend. And we're in a relationship, and I'm very secure in our relationship. Baja, if you want to go show off your butt cheeks, you do it. Fuck yeah.
This bothers me a little bit. It's about this line right here.
And I shouldn't have to hide myself because you are either insecure about other guys seeing me, or you think that this is going to attract other men. Like, if you are in a confident and strong relationship and you trust that person, then you should not worry. I should be able to go out naked and you should still trust me that I will be faithful to you. So yeah, this whole like, my boyfriend won't let me wear this just doesn't fly with me, because I'm like, your boyfriend does not own you. Strong and, confident man will recognize that, and he won't be intimidated by that.
So, I've noticed lots of young ladies love to do this. They love to play this card that males are being insecure.
Yeah. Yep. You are.
And it's not even so much that they're necessarily wrong.
It's not about being a man either, by the way. If you're like the opposite was happening in a relationship, like I mentioned earlier, it would still be someone being insecure. It's about insecure people, not gender.
In that case. What bothers me is the fact that they always use it as an excuse to just do whatever the hell they were doing. If you caught my previous video about ladies in their past of being promiscuous, they love to bring up the fact that any male who doesn't accept your past of being a promiscuous woman is insecure. Now,
yeah, pretty much. Same thing for like dudes, right? If you're clean and you've had a lot of sexual partners, but there's like no like baggage with that in terms of like STIs or anything, great. Who cares? Who cares? If someone cares about the number of partners you have, it's an insecurity issue.
Let me argue this. Let's say he is 110% insecure, young lady. Let's say he's insecure.
Okay, I'm there. Weirdly, I can picture this very easily. I can see this guy. He's sitting in front of a door. He's filming himself on a white wall. He's got his eyes closed. I can picture this guy perfectly. It's very strange.
And you're right. Why do you think it's okay for you to throw that in his face then?
It's not throwing it in his face. It's saying, hey, bud, I understand you're insecure, but that's a you problem. You need to work through that. It's not someone else's job to coddle your insecurity.
Like, this is something I just don't I don't understand this one. Like, if this is the person you choose to forge a relationship with. Now, granted, I understand that relationships are mostly validation machines, and most people
no wonder this guy's single.
are just using them to feel good about themselves. I get it, but
no, what? Is that really how you see relationships? That's so sad. Oh no.
But let's just pretend that you don't recognize that anymore, okay? So you're a woman and you don't recognize that this is just a validation machine. So in your mind, you're supposed to be having a good relationship with someone. You're supposed to like this person. You're supposed to want to take care.
Thank you to Devious Chillster with 25 bits, who says, oh my god, and these are the people who are usually like, quote, men are being more feminine, and that's terrible because they have emotions. Wah, coddle my insecurities.
Of this person. You're supposed to want to help this person. All these good positive things. You would hope that the relationship is not toxic in some capacity, right? Let's say it's not toxic. You want to help this person. You want to be there for this person. Then, like, why would you weaponize their insecurity then? Just so you could continue to just be the free agent that you want to be. Where is your honor?
All right, Zuko, calm down.
Where is your integrity? Just as a human being. You're just downright just your integrity, man. No, listen, I listen. First of all, I'm the progenitor of saying that very many women don't have honor and integrity.
Oh my god. Why won't women be in a relationship with me? By the way, women don't have any honor or integrity. Genius. Thank you, Del Profundo, for following. Welcome to the stream.
I get that. I have the whole video on my YouTube channel. But seriously, I keep seeing this come up over and over again. That women love to talk about how men are insecure as a way to just justify the fact that they can do whatever they want to do. Yeah.
It is not women's job to coddle your insecurity. Deal with your emotions like an adult. It is not other people's problem to deal with your insecurity like you are a baby. Deal with it, bud. Not other people's problem.
Sure, you can. But if your boyfriend is being insecure, why don't you want to reinforce that? Like, where's just a part of you, just as a human to human, your empathy or recognizing his insecurity and you wanting to placate that and make sure that he doesn't feel bad? I don't know.
It's not people's jobs to coddle your insecurity. I cannot repeat this enough. This isn't some, like, serious issue. It'd be one thing if we're talking about someone who, like, has, like, I don't know, something completely different, and they, like, actively have a problem that needs to be addressed, and you can work together to solve it, but that's not what this is. This is you being insecure in your relationship and not knowing how to deal with it. Right? You're an adult, whether you're a man or a woman or non-binary or whatever. You need to learn how to deal with these kind of insecurities as an adult. And if you can't, then you're probably not ready to be in a relationship with someone. Like, these are, like, issues. If you are so insecure in your relationship that you feel that you need to dictate what your partner is wearing, then that's not a healthy relationship, and it's because of your insecurities. You need to learn to deal with that and understand where those insecurities are coming from.
Understand this. Like, why would you want him to be in this mind state? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. I'm gonna read this just verbatim. Devious Chilster says, "This isn't effing PTSD. This is you wanting to own what your woman wears, you utter puck muppet." Yeah. Like, it's completely different if it's someone dealing with, like, a legitimate, like, issue, like something like PTSD, whatever that might be in regard to. But that's not what we're talking about here. We are talking about you being insecure because you think that your woman or your man, if you're in a relationship where that's the dynamic, you are afraid that your partner is going to leave you because you are insecure in that relationship, even though no evidence points to the fact that that is the case. That's an issue you need to work through. That isn't some intrinsic thing that everyone else needs to work on, like, helping you with, or needs to work on, like, accommodating for you. That's something you need to deal with as an individual.
That's just not me. You know what I mean? I just don't get it. And more importantly than that, again, yeah, the more important thing that I really kind of wanted to come across there, more than my lack of understanding or ignorance, is it's not even a good argument. It's not even a good counter argument to, like, the point of, like
it is though.
Like, your grand argument is that I should be able to do what I want, and if my boyfriend has a problem with it, then he's insecure. I mean, that doesn't mean anything.
It does. It means that you're trying to dictate what your partner wears because you are insecure. That's a problem you need to deal with because you can't control what someone else wears. And if you're not willing to do that, well, then it looks like that's the end of the relationship. Seems pretty simple.
It's not communicating anything substantial. Yeah, you can't.
It is communicating something substantial. It's showing that you have such little confidence and understanding and security in your relationship that you feel something as simple as your girlfriend wearing comfortable clothes outside when it's warm is a threat to said relationship. That is a substantive thing we're talking about. That you feel that you can dictate what your partner wears. That's something substantive. You can't just say something is not substantive and have it not be so.
You can do whatever you want. But if this is supposed to be your boyfriend, someone that you love and you care about, and someone you trust, someone you would want...
You can be someone's boyfriend or girlfriend, not necessarily love them yet. This is usually the kind of thing that's going to come up very early in a relationship, right? Like, probably in the first, like, couple weeks, I don't know. But, like, if your significant other is so insecure that, like, oh, I don't want you to wear that thing outside, you're probably not at a stage where you, like, love each other.
Want to support.
And even if you are, it doesn't change the fact that it's an insecurity issue.
Then wouldn't it be wise to, like, you know, try to help him deal with his insecurity rather than weaponize it? So you...
Okay, but, like, by help him deal with it, it means fixing it so they're not insecure anymore. It doesn't mean coddling and changing your behavior for that insecurity. That's the difference. Ask Compu. Reminds me of my mom's ex who made her delete all her male friends and wanted 24/7 access to her phone because he's been cheated on before, and then the end of the relationship was caused by him cheating on her. Yeah. Yep.
You can just do whatever you want to do. I mean, sure, maybe a super confident, chill boyfriend will let you go around and broadcast your butt cheeks to other dudes. But here's my question, again, I must ask. Why do you want to? See, any male that thinks that women wearing revealing clothing is a broadcast to attempt to try to court them.
It isn't! Stop saying it like it's true, because it's not!
Is going to be a bit wary.
Okay, and that's that person's problem for having that misconception. If they would like to be in a relationship with someone, they probably need to fix that misconception. That's why you're single, because you refuse to understand that that's not what these things are about.
Of you wearing revealing.
Why do these people always say male and female? I think because they think it makes them sound clinical, like they're being logical, like they're being like, in my research, males and females, when really it just makes them sound weird. I think they think it makes them sound like they're being clinical. It does not.
Clothing. And again, I must ask, as a taken woman, like, why are you displaying availability? Like,
that's not what that means! Bitch, it's hot out. Maybe they just don't want to overheat. Bitch, maybe they just like the way they look. That doesn't mean they're broadcasting availability. Like, would you say the same thing about a man wearing a nice suit? Like, oh, that man in that nice suit, he's broadcasting his availability to me. No!
Like, if you're a woman, here's the thing. Here's what you have to grasp, okay? Because you are being solipsistic if you're a woman, and you don't recognize this reality of the world, and you don't accept it. Like,
solipsistic woman, says the man who thinks that everyone should coddle his insecurities, and those come above everyone else's autonomy, and two, that he knows why women wear certain things no matter how many times it's explained to him that that's not the case. But women are solipsistic. Okay, great. Cool. Not a hypocrite or anything.
Like, if you have a problem with it, I'm sorry, but listen. I have a problem with the fact that rattlesnakes have venom, and if they bite you, they'll paralyze you, and they'll break down your skin. That's a sucky thing about reality, but...
Is he comparing, women wearing shorts outside to a rattlesnake? That's an interesting take.
It happens, okay? So you're just gonna have to accept this sucky thing about reality. And that sucky thing about reality is whether or not you as a woman perceive your mind that you're not trying to obtain male attention, we as men think that you are.
Then change the way you think, right? For one thing, you're not speaking for all men. No one can speak for the entirety of their gender. That's very stupid. Secondly, again, if that's your thought, then you need to change that. Then you need to understand that it's not. You can find things attractive, like I already said. If you think women in short shorts is attractive, great, good for you. You see a woman in short shorts and you like it, coolio. Don't ogle them, don't be gross, but like, no one's saying you can't find people attractive. However, that doesn't mean it's an invitation for you. It's not projecting any kind of availability. It's just clothing someone wants to wear for a variety of reasons that are absolutely none of your business. What is this solipsism where you're like, I'm not gonna change the way I view this no matter what? Like, yeah, dude, this is probably why you're single. Stop it. Get some help.
Sorry. Guess what? You wanna know something? Wasps sting, okay? Like a wasp sting, it hurts and it's painful. And a black widow spider can probably kill you if it bites you. There are sucky, crappy things about reality that we all just have to accept. And if you're a woman, you just have to accept this reality.
Oh, so you're comparing men to wasps and black widow spiders. Yeah, that bodes well for you. Yikes.
That if you dress in a revealing way...
Imagine painting yourself as a deadly predator and thinking that's a good argument.
Males.
Spiders don't get to decide not to be spiders, and rattlesnakes don't get to decide not to be rattlesnakes. As an adult, you get to decide if you want to engage in toxic, harmful behavior. And if you refuse to not do so, no wonder people don't want to be around you. I'm not going to hang out with a rattlesnake that chooses to be a rattlesnake and bite people. And that's what you're doing. You don't have to be a rattlesnake. You don't have to look at people who are wearing clothes you find attractive and automatically assume that it's an invitation for you to harass them or whatever.
Are going to think that...
I'm going to read this verbatim too. Baja Blast says, hey dude, there are some things you have to accept about reality. You're going to have to deal with seeing people in revealing clothes. Good point.
You are available. That's what our brains are understanding.
Okay. So stop that. So if you have that impulse and your dumb lizard brain says that, with the rest of your brain go, no, that's not what that means though. That's fine. That's fine.
That's what we think you are communicating. And it doesn't matter if you say from sunrise to sundown that no, I'm just expressing myself. First of all, what the fuck does that even mean? You're just expressing, like...
People wear clothes that make them feel good, that express who they are? Do you not understand? In fairness, this guy might really not understand that. Every time we see him, he's always wearing like a plain t-shirt. So I have no idea if he understands how clothing works and how it can be a form of self-expression.
Actually, I don't know, I'm expressing my sexuality. Sexuality is your attraction to the opposite sex. And
I've never heard someone say they're expressing their sexuality by their clothing. I've never heard a single person ever say that.
Desire to have sex. So if you're expressing your sex... But you know, honestly, if you are a woman and you've ever said that you're just expressing your sexuality, you do...
I've literally heard 0 people ever say this. I think this is a straw man he's made up.
Recognize that you're literally just saying exactly what I said, just in a single sentence. I don't know. No woman can be that dumb. They just can't. They can't be that damn stupid. No woman that ever says that, they can't be. I don't know. Anyhow, the point is, sweetheart.
This guy reminds me, you know, remember on Family Matters when Urkel made that, like, machine that would, like, turn him into Stefan Urkel and he'd be cool? I feel like this is a one-off episode where he tries to turn into Stefan Urkel, but something goes haywire with the machine and it accidentally goes, like, incel, and it turns him into, like... Incel Stefan Urkel. Stefan Incel. Stone Corbell with 20 bits. A lot of this nonsense is just verbatim nonsense from incel forums. He needs to recognize that these incel forums are destroying his brain, and if he wants to be happy, he needs to leave them behind and get therapy to fix his brain. Yeah, for sure.
Maybe you aren't trying to attract a new mate. Maybe. But again, if that's not what you're doing, you're
Who wants to read my spec script for a Family Matters episode where he becomes Stefan Ursel. Incel Stefan Urkel. Does anyone know if Jake is streaming tonight? Not sure. Proud Boys brutally beat Black Lives Matter protesters after Trump parade. Yep, that tracks.
Motivations really do need to be called into question, but males are going to see it that way. So if you have a boyfriend and you still want to dress in sexy clothing on Instagram or in public or wherever, your motivations are going to be called into question. And simply saying that he's insecure and he's wary about it is not an excuse or a license for you to say, sorry, I can do whatever I want. I'm free.
It is, though. You can do whatever you want. You're an adult person. If someone's insecure because of that, that's their problem.
Listen, once again, yes, you can. You can do whatever you want. But weaponizing men's insecurities is
not weaponizing it. It's just saying it's not my problem. That's not weaponizing. Like, imagine if you never bathed. Let's say you never bathed and you just smell awful all the time. And someone's like, hey, you know, maybe I'd go on a date with you, but you kind of smell really, really bad. And you were like, stop weaponizing the fact that I never shower. Like, dude, no, that's not what anyone's doing. It's just that, like, hey, if that's your problem, that's your problem. And people aren't going to want to deal with you. It's pretty simple.
Not a license and should not make you feel validated in doing whatever you want to do. Excuse me. Saying that males are feeling insecure should not give you any, like, moral... It's not a moral leg to stand on. It actually kind of makes you look like a crappy person.
It's not about moral leg to stand on. It's saying, like, I can see you're insecure about this, but that's a you problem, not a me problem. It's pretty simple.
Because you're taking a shit on people's feelings so you can feel better about yourself. Once again, yes, I'm not saying if you're a woman you have to stop dressing in a revealing way. What I am saying is that you should take your motivations or why you're doing it into account, especially if you're in a relationship. And you are
okay, take it into account. Still gonna do it. Who cares? It's like he assumes there's this implicit undertone of, like, I just want to suck all the dicks when people are wearing, like, clothing that men find attractive. Nope. Nope. Not the case. Nope.
Also have to take into account that the effect that you're going to have on the world and the messages that you're going to be communicating. Because, guess what? I'm not Charles Xavier. You're not Jean Grey. We can't...
No shit, you're not Charles Xavier. I feel like Charles Xavier would take you aside and be like, listen, incel man, I'm assuming that'd be his X-Man name. I understand that you're very insecure about the other X people, but we need to maybe not keep you on the team because you're kind of weirding Cyclops out. You're giving him the stink eye. He's like, you're weaponizing my insecurity. And it turns out Incel Man's power is turning his insecurity into, like, fist lasers. Pew, pew! And then he shoots Charles Xavier, and then Storm becomes the leader of the X-Men. Anyway. Did I see that Doomcock has a Mexican luchador persona as well? Hold on. Let me look at this. Oh, no! How many incel-based show concepts are you going to come up with? All of them. Hold on. This is Matt Jarbo's talking about this. Hey, oh look, hey, Matt Jarbo also is keying in on the Doomcock being, you know, this Commandant Nazi guy. Sounds like him, uses the same hand gestures, same filming style with similar fantasy persona. It's obviously him, just saying the awful shit can just slightly dog whistle about blah blah. The K on his custom luchador mask is also interesting. I would like a denial if it isn't him though. I wonder what Nerdrotic thinks. Is this Doomcock or not? Oh yeah, the K on his mask could be Commandant base. Yeah, okay. I'd have to see this video though. I'm curious. That's an interesting story. If you didn't see my coverage of that, check it out on my YouTube channel. I did a whole investigation on that guy who may secretly have a Nazi channel on BitChute. Did I see a car ran into a group of protesters in New York? Another person caught the same car on video, and it turned out the car was an unmarked police car. Nice. This country is fucked.
Can't read minds. I don't have the Sharingan eyes. I can't predict what your next plan of action is going to be. I'm sorry, I can't do it. I don't know. What I do know is that you're wearing a dress, and when you bend over, I can see your panties. So, like, my brain is like...
Do you live in a hentai comic? Where are you that all these women are bending over in short skirts and you can see their underwear? What?
Apparently, you kind of had to have known that. I don't know why you walked outside of your house without recognizing that your dress was that short. You know, like, even if I'm not an overthinker, you know, come on, like, put two and two together. Again, I'm not saying that, like, screw it. I've said it enough times. My ultimate point is this: stop weaponizing men's insecurities.
It's not weaponizing to say, hey, that's your problem, so either resolve it or we're breaking up. That's not weaponizing. That's just saying, that's your problem.
So you can feel better about yourself. If you have a past where you were being a sloot, then you're just going to have to own it and accept it. And if you want to be better, then be better. If you don't want to be better, then continue being a degenerate. That's fine. That's your prerogative. But you can't then backstep and be upset with males having an opinion on it. Which is the grander point I made in the last video, but the more important point in this video is the fact that you can't weaponize men's insecurities just so you can get away with doing something to make yourself...
People aren't getting away with anything. They're allowed to dress how they want, and if you have a problem with it, that's your problem. That's all that's being said. You're not... It's like he expects people to have, like, a lot of weight on his opinion and care what he thinks, and then when they don't, it's like, you're weaponizing my insecurity! Dude, people just don't care. People just don't care. It's not their problem. Deal with it.
Feel better. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. Once again,
you haven't demonstrated it's worth not doing. You haven't demonstrated immorality. You haven't demonstrated that it's to get men's attention. All you've done is say that you think it's that, and it makes you insecure. Okay? That's your problem.
With great power, there must also come great responsibility.
Fellas, chat, ladies, did you know that having feminine characteristics is equal to being Spider-Man? True story.
And if you're in a relationship, you have to accept that responsibility that you are going to have an effect on someone else's emotional feelings, and you are going to have to do things to placate them to continue the relationship. That's your responsibility if you want the relationship to keep going. Sorry, you're not single anymore. You have a responsibility.
No, dude. The person's probably just gonna find a new relationship with someone who isn't insecure. It's pretty simple.
To placate this person to some capacity. It has to be done.
Why is anyone taking relationship advice from this guy, by the way? He's not in a relationship and has never been in a long-term relationship. Why would anyone... It would be like if I gave advice on, like, oh, you're building a nuclear reactor? Let me try and explain to you what safety things you should put in. And they're like, oh, have you ever worked on a nuclear reactor before? No, I've never even taken a class on nuclear physics. Like, what? Why would anyone listen to him?
Otherwise, the relationship just can't function. I didn't make it that way. Don't get mad at me. Take that one up with the Lord. With that being said, I just hope you guys got something out of today's video. And if you did, man, you know, go and click the like button. And shoot, go and click that subscribe button. Comment in the comments below. And as always, you guys have your...
He forgot to put the end screen on.
...yourselves a great day. I'll see you, cool cat. Comment in the comments below. And as always, you guys have yourselves a great day. I'll see you, cool cats, soon. Adios.
Yikes. That dude's bad. He needs to learn to not. Alright, one more video and then we're calling it a night. Okay? Okay. Jeremy of the Quartering fame has made yet another video on Brie Larson. Let's see what he has to say about Brie.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here from the Quartering, and say it isn't so, Brie. You turned down Captain Marvel not once, not twice, but going on 3 times? How could...
Oh, he spelled get woke, go broke on the little thing back here. Jeremy, how many times have I had to explain to you that Captain Marvel was the 23rd highest grossing movie of all time? It was a huge hit. What will you stop memeing with this when the meme is a lie?
Could you have deprived us from you in the most iconic role ever? On top of that, I've actually got a good message in this video, so stay tuned to the end. I won't stick around too long, but news broke this weekend that Brie Larson had turned down the Captain Marvel role. And I want to remind all of you that I am a king simp for Brie Larson. I enjoy her.
God, Jeremy, this is personal. I shouldn't say this because we've watched some of the videos recently where he's been drinking a lot and he has some breakdowns and all that stuff. The like circles around his eyes just look so much darker than usual. I don't think he looks like he's doing great. I hope he's okay. As much as I hate Jeremy, like I don't wish him ill in that way.
I've come to love her deeply. Look out for Brie. And as a fellow YouTuber now.
Hey Lance, yes, his 40-second video on Brie Larson, that was like last year. He's on video like 70 now. I counted them once. It's like, I think he's made over 60. I'm not exaggerating. I counted them on stream once.
No. I welcome her to the community because her content is amazing. Just one person and no production crew and no big Hollywood budgets at all. Just one person being totally like the rest of us getting...
Jeremy is just losing it. I swear. He's gonna be... The closing to Jeremy's life, if his life were a movie, it's gonna be him in a padded cell, smearing feces on the wall, spelling get woke, go broke, with a Captain Marvel plushie. Just like... It's fine. It's fine. It's going to be right after Captain Marvel 2 breaks $1 billion at the box office.
Put on YouTube trending on day 1. But anyway, Brie Larson turned down Captain Marvel and tried to make it in Thor and Iron Man 2. After her turn as Carol Danvers, a.k.a. Captain Marvel, both in her standalone introduction in the MCU and later in Avengers Endgame, it's hard to imagine anyone but Brie Larson in the signature role. I mean, maybe.
I think he talks about Brie Larson more than, like, actual Brie Larson fans. I like Brie Larson. I think she's a fine actress. I thought Room was a good movie. I liked Captain Marvel. Was it the best Marvel movie? I don't think so. I think that's probably Civil War. But, like, hey, like, it was a fun movie. It was cool seeing, like, Samuel L. Jackson in, like, the young face makeup. It was kind of cool. But, like, it's not worth making 60 videos over if you didn't like it.
Maybe. But as she's revealed in a new video on her recently started YouTube channel, but what would it be like to have everybody in media promote?
Do you guys think Jeremy thinks about Brie Larson than his wife? Like, do you think in his head, just in terms of brain real estate, is he like, Brie Larson, Brie Larson, Brie Larson, oh, my wife who went out for pizza without me, Brie Larson, Brie Larson, Brie Larson.
Promoting your YouTube channel. Boy, that would be pretty amazing. She's just like us, though. She started her YouTube. She initially turned down the role a few times. Quote, I remember getting the call when I was filming Kong Skull Island, and they said, Marvel is interested in you playing Captain Marvel. Recalls Larson in the video below. I was like, I can't do that. I have too much anxiety. That's too much for me. I don't think I could handle that. Now, like a personal shout out here, I deal with my own anxiety. I have to take pills every day for it. It sucks. But, I mean, I thought what was most interesting about this is that Marvel handpicked Brie Larson. She never even auditioned for it.
Yeah, she had just come off like an Academy Award-winning performance. She looks a lot like Carol Danvers, so it makes sense. She's got like in terms of, like, and again, I've been reading a lot of comics recently. I'm going through the Miss Marvel series right now because I never really read it, because I just also got, like, the Avengers game that came out. It's alright, it's fun. So I started reading the Miss Marvel comics, and next I'm going to read some of the Captain Marvel stuff. But, like, from what I've seen of Captain Marvel, she seems to play a pretty good role. Honestly, I'm kind of excited for them to do Civil War 2, if they ever do, in the movies. Because in the comics in Civil War 2, Captain Marvel's a complete dick. So if they do that in the movie, and she plays like that Captain Marvel, it'll be hilarious. Seeing, like, Jeremy be like, see, I told you, she's evil! And it's like, well, Jeremy, it's a movie. She's playing kind of the bad guy. Like, whatever.
Marvel desperately wanted Brie Larson for the role, and called her not once, not twice, but 3 times for the role. She then told her team to turn the role down, but a few months later, Marvel came knocking again. They were like, hey, they called again. Are you sure? I was like, yeah, I'm too much of an introvert. That's way too big a thing for me. It's beyond my comprehension. I can't imagine turning down a film role as an actor, but that's neither here nor there.
Jeremy, what? You just said you understand anxiety and that you take medication for it. I can understand that, even as someone who's like an actor or an actress. Like, there's a difference between being in movies like Room, right? Or even like Kong Skull Island, which is a big action-y movie, but it's not part of, like, one of the biggest franchises in the world, you know? Like, the Marvel movies, if you're a star in one of them, you're immediately catapulted to, like, the top echelon of recognizable actors or actresses. That's a level of stardom most, like, celebrities don't reach. Like, look at, I mean, like, Chadwick Boseman, for instance, who unfortunately passed away recently. I don't remember what else he had done prior to, like, Black Panther, but, like, he was in that, and he was so huge. Look at the outpouring of support after his unfortunate, untimely passing. Like, that kind of thing, it makes you part of a cultural phenomenon, you know? Marvel's, like, the biggest film franchise of all time, and you don't have to like the movies, that's fine. If you don't like them, I completely understand that. But it doesn't change the fact that they're, like, cultural touchstones. People watch these movies all the time, right? Like, if you're a star in this movie, everyone's gonna recognize you everywhere for the next 30 years. Like, let's say today, the Marvel movies stopped being popular and no one saw another one ever again. It doesn't change the fact that you're part of a huge franchise. It would be like being Mark Hamill or Harrison Ford. You walk down the street, people are going to be like, oh, you know, you're from the movie that everyone knows. That's huge. And if you have social anxiety, that could be a huge burden on you to have to deal with that for, like, the rest of your life. So, I don't know why you're mocking her for having reservations about it. If you, like you say, genuinely also understand social anxiety or anxiety in general, you should be able to understand why that would be something you'd be trepidatious about as a performer. There's one thing to be in a movie. It's another thing to be in one of the biggest movies ever made. And I'm not talking about, like, quality or anything. I get Marvel movies aren't the best movies, but they make the most money. They have a huge reach.
Finally, Marvel came back a 3rd time because, as Larson's explained, her team hadn't really turned them down. Every time I was telling them no, and I thought my team was telling them no, they were not. Because I think they were like, she would be.
Gaelic, thanks for continuing your subscription. 2-month streak. Oh no, I jumped into Jeremy. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. I am doing well. Hope the same for you.
Great at this. Oh, and you were. Captain Marvel, probably one of the best all-time superheroes on film. Really nothing to
23rd highest grossing movie of all time. I liked it.
Even point out.
Let's see. Top grossing Marvel movies. Highest grossing Marvel movies by box office. Let's see how high up on the list. Looks like there was 23 films on this list, and Captain Marvel is number 8. It's above the 50th percentile It made $1.128 billion, Jeremy. Like, I get you didn't like the movie, and that's fine if you didn't like it. It's okay. But to act like it was just utter shit is delusional. It was not a bad movie. At worst, it's like bland Marvel origin story movie, but she was fine in it. I liked Captain Marvel. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Wrong with the film or the acting or the editing or anything in that
Thanks
film.
for coming to the stream, Sushi Mom.
$1 billion franchise. Captain Marvel 2 will probably make $2 billion.
It might make over $1 billion. It depends upon the state of the box office by then. It depends on how much, like, COVID and the closings and everything change box office in general, and how much after reopening it comes out. Like, Black Widow's probably not going to do very well when it does release in theaters, because it'll be one of the first movies to release after theaters open, and box office across the board is going to be slashed probably in half at least, and I'm saying at least. So it wouldn't surprise me if Jeremy and people like him, people who are part of, like, the fandom menace, of which Doomcock is a member, Nerdrotic, people like that, they're going to look at it and be like, look, Black Widow got woke and got broke, and the evidence that it got woke is going to be that Black Widow is a woman, and they're going to be like, see, it didn't make almost any money, and they're going to completely ignore the fact that it came out right after movie theaters opened and people still aren't comfortable going to them. So get ready for those hot takes.
Biggest grossing Marvel film ever. I'm certain of it. Even without men. You don't need men. It's interesting to me that that Disney was this set on an actress. Is that normal?
Depending, probably. I'm sure they really wanted her because she just got off of, like, Room, which was a huge movie.
The actress goes on to say that part of her initial hesitancy also had to do with her inability to multitask. I'm on a job, I'm playing a character, I can't self-tape, I can't do anything like that. I can only do one job at a time. I'm embodying this character, so I can't think of anyone else. When Kong actually did wrap, Larson was able to take a meeting with Marvel, which included a pitch and a mock-up of her character's costume. That's so crazy to me. That maybe that's normal for Hollywood. I would have thought that, you know, they would bring several people in on a role.
It would depend upon the role and who they want for it. If there's someone that they think is just, like, perfect, they're going to do that. That's not unheard of.
To figure out, like, who's the best fit. But apparently, Brie Larson had the right stuff.
Like, here's an example, and this is from TV, so it's a little different. But it's, like, a big franchise thing that you'd think they'd interview people. I think it was something along the lines of, oh boy, I don't remember if it was Christopher Eccleston or if it was Peter Capaldi, but they brought them in for the role of Doctor Who, which is, like, a huge, like, British sci-fi TV show. It's the longest running sci-fi show of all time. It started in 1962. And I really, really forget if it was Christopher Eccleston or Peter Capaldi. Either way, one of them came in and expected to do an audition, and really the person just talked to them about the role and said, like, I want you to do this. And they were surprised. They were surprised that, like, they weren't, like, there wasn't, like, an audition. They were just told, like, we want you for this role. Will you do it? And really it was more the production company, in this case BBC, pitching to them and trying to court them to come and be on this project. It might have been Eccleston, now that I'm thinking about it. Because this was when it was coming back for, like, years. So, because I think Russell T. Davies, who was the showrunner at the time, had seen him in some other stuff. There was this movie where Eccleston played, like, the second coming of Jesus, but he was, like, a working class guy, and it was, I've heard it's good. I haven't seen it, though. And I guess based on that, Russell T. Davies really wanted him for the Doctor. So, like, this happens. It's not, like, the most common thing in the world, but, like, certainly there are situations where studios or people who are, like, the casting director, whoever, really, really has their heart set on one person that they think is perfect for the role, and they'll not only bring them in and not audition them, but they'll actively try and pitch it to them, right? They're trying to court them to come onto the project more than they are trying to see if they're good enough to come onto the project, so.
Probably all those cool things she said about 40-year-old white guys.
He's so butthurt. Jeremy is so salty about the fact that Brie Larson doesn't give a shit about him, and it's amazing, and I love it.
who comprise most of Marvel's audience. But that's...
No. Most of Marvel's audience are not 40-year-old white guys. Certainly not the 40-year-old part. Marvel movies are really popular amongst families because they're action movies that I think everyone can get behind. If you don't like them, I understand. But I'm saying in general public terms. Like, you know, they have jokes that are more for adults, but it's also got fun action stuff for the kids, and it's superheroes and all that kind of stuff. So they're big with families. They're big with teenagers because they're, again, fun little action movies. You can go with your friends and be obnoxious and talk to each other during the movie and annoy everyone else. But still, you'd have a good time, and I get that. 40-year-old dudes are not the major demographic for Marvel. They just aren't. I'm not saying they never have been. I'd argue that was probably more so the case during, like, Iron Man. But, like, nowadays, no. Most people who go and see Marvel movies are families, teenagers, 20-year-olds, some 30-year-olds with families, and again, 40-year-olds with families, and then a very slim number are 40-year-old white dudes with no families who just want to go for themselves. I'm not saying they don't exist in the audience, but they're certainly not the key demographic they're going for. You know why? 40-year-old white dudes don't buy as many toys, right?
It's neither here nor there. I was very moved by what they were trying to achieve and what they were talking about. It felt very progressive, Larson states. Thinking back to the early stages and casting process, I was very surprised by that, by the way. They were talking about feminism and the way they were handling it. We saw how they handled it. Remember they brought the prototypical D-bag, was like...
They always bring this up, the cockpit guy. This one thing, and they're like, this is, you know, it's like, hey, dude, that happens. You know that, right? Like, this isn't not representative of a thing that happens to women.
Hey, baby, you should smile some more.
Yeah, that's a thing that happens to women. Like, do you not understand that? Do you think they made it up for the movie?
Total own it.
It was literally a thing that you guys said during the production of the movie. People like you said that, and they were like, why isn't Captain Marvel smiling more? She looks so angry. You literally said this shit, Jeremy. You're just mad that the movie called you out on it.
Feminism 1, toxic masculinity negative, masculinity minus 69,420. They were all they were all female writers, a female director, and it was going to have as many female voices as possible. Imagine picking your jobs like this.
Jeremy, it's a movie about a female superhero written from the perspective of women. That's a good thing.
Larson began to consider the role, asking,
Jeremy, if we make a movie about 40-year-old alcoholic white men in failing marriages, I promise we'll call you first. You don't have to be so salty.
To meet with the writers so she could see what they were doing and whether the story made sense. That's a whole level of fame I never expected to participate in, says Larson, of the pitfalls of taking such a role. The only way this works is if I believe in the story and what the messaging was. What was the message of Captain Marvel? What was it exactly? As long as you have superpowers from space, you can achieve anything?
Did you miss the entirety of the movie? It wasn't exactly subtle with, like, the themes running through it, and the fact that it was like, it's not about, you know, how hard you hit. It's about being able to get up when you get hit. Almost like the Rocky Balboa themes, right? It's pretty obvious, but hey.
Even as a woman? As history shows, it was something Larson ultimately came completely on board with, as he left her excited to step in Danvers' flight suit. Danvers, sorry.
Honestly, someone says Paul Thomas Anderson should make a movie about the quartering. I really someday want there to be like a movie that's like a character study, and it'll probably be some time down the line because the general public won't understand what he's referencing. They will not understand like that they're referencing this, right? Antipodian Squid with 100 bits. He didn't miss the entirety of the movie, Hannah. He was just too distracted. I see. a character study where it's a movie about, so it is not literally Jeremy. I don't want them to literally be like, this is the story of Jeremy Hambley. Like, I would like them to do a movie that's a character study about someone like this who does YouTube videos, reactionary, anti-feminist content, and then in the background, his life is just falling apart. Taxi driver, but for the quartering. Yes, basically. Yes. I would like to see that. I don't know when we would reach a point where that would make sense to enough of an audience, because, like, you show that to, like, a 50-year-old, they're gonna be like, what the fuck is this? But, like, I think enough people below a certain age, even if they don't watch Jeremy, they understand the concept of, like, weird adult person, like, being weird and reactionary over stuff like this. I think that'd be an interesting movie. Someone make that. Someone do that.
Become the first female hero to headline her own film, and she had totally earned it. Captain Marvel was, you know, did bid their time as an ensemble cast member in all the previous Avengers films, and finally Captain Marvel was... Oh, wait.
Dude, do we need to talk about how Iron Man and Captain America and Thor and the Incredible Hulk all had solo movies first? Really?
Oh, no, that's not what happened? You just gave Captain Marvel a standalone film? And
you just gave Iron Man a standalone film? That'll never work. You just gave Captain America a standalone Jeremy, how's that supposed to work? What? What? You want to do Avengers first and then do the individual movies? Like, are you a Warner Brothers executive? Is this how we got Batman v Superman?
Then force viewers to go see it as required reading for Endgame?
It's not required reading. What? You get it. If you missed the entirety of Captain Marvel, when she shows up in Avengers Infinity War, you're not going to be confused. You're going to be like, oh, it's like a super woman from space. She's got space stuff. She has super strength and can fly. Like, you'd get it. Basically, none of the Marvel movies are actually required reading. That's kind of what makes them work, weirdly. They give the illusion that you need to see all the movies to get what's going on, but you don't. You really don't. Every movie basically explains what's going on. And even if you don't know, like, exactly who the characters are, you could show someone Avengers, and they'd get it. They'd be like, oh, we got this guy, he's got, like, a robot suit. We got this guy, he's like an America guy or something. He's from World War II. They explain that in Avengers. We got this guy, he's Thor. I've heard of Thor. He's like a god of thunder. Okay. And Loki's like the brother of Thor. That's a general knowledge thing I think a lot of people know. You don't really need to see the other Marvel movies. You should, I think, because I think it gives more depth to the characters. Because, like, the Avengers movie doesn't have time to explain character motivations and stuff because so much is going on. You just gotta do. I think it adds to the experience, but you don't need to see any of them to understand the movie.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I misremembered. It was a big step for me embodying myself.
Like, for instance, Baja Blast didn't see Ant-Man prior to Civil War. But you get it. It's not hard to understand, right? Oh, he shrinks. He does shrink stuff. He shrinks and he grows. Okay, you get it. You get it. It's simple.
In believing that I could do anything, something so big, my confidence as a leader, and the belief in storytelling. Of course, she adds in the video that Captain Marvel wasn't the first time she'd gone for a part in the MCU, though it was certainly the biggest role she'd approached. She also auditioned for Iron Man 2 and Thor.
Okay, so Jeremy, they already have her audition tapes on file at Disney. So why do they need to audition her again, considering they already like her? Seems pretty simple to me. I wonder who she would have been in Iron Man 2. Black Widow, maybe? Maybe she wanted to be Black Widow. And then in Thor, maybe Jane Foster, or... oh gosh, what's the name of the... Lady Sif. Maybe Lady Sif? Not sure.
Though she didn't really state what characters they might have played as. Other projects she tried out for and didn't get were Percy Jackson and the Lightning Thief, good thing for her, Jennifer's Body, and even The Big Bang Theory. Could you imagine Brie Larson as Penny?
Oh god, does Jeremy like Big Bang Theory? Hey, I'm not gonna shame. Like whatever shows you want.
Would have been amazing. God. Big Bang Theory has done more to damage nerddom than any single thing in history.
I don't know about that. I think you're overstating the influence of just some bad sitcom. Antipodian Squid with 100 bits. That makes even more sense that they should approach her without auditioning, especially if they had plans for a Captain Marvel later. Yep.
And that includes Revenge of the Nerds movies. Now, because I say this in jest, I will say that, you know, September is a month where you're supposed to, we're supposed to, as content creators, bring awareness to self-deletion and preventing that, ending your own...
Wow, that was not a smooth transition, but okay.
Life. And I think that, you know, one thing I thought that was really wholesome is I saw that my Discord had started... Now, obviously, they're not psychiatrists or whatever, psychologists, but my Discord had, on their own volition, created like a mental health area to talk about stuff. I was really moved by that. Of course, my Discord link is in the description of every one of my videos. If you're feeling alone, you know, professional help is always obviously ideal. But there are more ways now to talk to somebody than ever before. And I want you to know that my Discord is open and welcome, a welcoming community to anybody from all walks of lives. We have very few rules in there. Just one is don't be a jerk. And that's basically it. So, you know, there are people that care about you, and I care about you. And, you know, stick around. We've got so much more, many more things to roast. I hope you enjoyed this video. We'll talk to you again real soon.
I can't leave this world. There are about 80 more Brie Larson videos to watch before Captain Marvel 2 comes out. Oh, Jeremy. Jeremy. Anything else, Jeremy? We're not going to do it anymore. Oh, no. Cardi B destroyed by Candace Owens. Oh, God. Candace Owens did a video on wet-ass P-word. That's a shame. Anyway, I think that's going to do it for today. What's Bad Bunny doing? Okay, we'll raid Bad Bunny. So thanks everyone so much for coming to the stream. Sorry I took the weekend off. I wasn't feeling great. And, you know, some time off is always good for mental health anyway. So thanks everyone for coming to the stream. God, I like this hat. I really got to get a one that fits. It's my D&D character's hat, if you don't know. I have physical props, because I like physical props. This is my D&D character's wand. So that's it, everyone. Let me do the raid command. Raid Bad Bunny. Thanks, everyone, for coming to the stream. I really appreciate it. Chat is valid, as always. I hope you have a wonderful evening. And I'll see y'all tomorrow for Tinfoil Tuesday. So definitely show up for that. It's going to be a good time. Well, we'll do some QAnon stuff tomorrow. I think that'll be fun. Fun. Yeah, my version of fun is different than a lot of people's version of fun. So, good night, everyone!